gotta go out there and try to take the wrong truck.
I just got plug yours. Let's call the meeting to order.
Calling the regular city council meeting of December 10th, 2024 to order, and we will note that all members of council are present at 4:31 PM. Do we have a motion to recess?
Recess to closed session.
I will move to adjourn to closed session. Recess to closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Laughlin. Motion carries. Mayor, it's 5:30. Would you like to call the meeting to order? All right. Calling the,
I'm going to call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone.
we will note that all council members are present. First item on the agenda is invocation given by Senior Pastor Holland Davis with Calvary Chapel, San Clemente, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you would bow your heads with me in prayer. Father, I think of the words of Isaiah that said, "Sing to the Lord a new song and praise him from the ends of the earth, you who go down to the sea and all that is in it, you coastlands and you inhabitants of them. Let the wilderness and its cities lift up their voice, the villages that Kedar inhabits, let the inhabitants of Selah sing. Let them shout from the top of the mountaintops. Let them give glory to the Lord and declare his praise in the coastlands." And when I think of this beautiful city that we live in, this beautiful place that we call home, that we worship in, that we live life in, and I think of these city council members who have dedicated their lives, sacrificed of their time to serve this city. Lord, I pray your blessing upon them. We're thankful for them. I pray that you would go before them, and that, Lord, whatever obstacles are in their way, you would bring them low, and whatever things you desire to see accomplished in our city, you would just give great favor on. Lord, today we welcome a new mayor, a new pro tem mayor. We welcome and give recognition to those who have faithfully served our city. And it's a day of thanksgiving and rejoicing, and we pray your blessing upon them. In Jesus' name, amen.
Sure, thank you.
Please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And again, noting that all council members are present. Mayor and council, the first item on the agenda this evening is election results, administration of oath of allegiance, and election of mayor and mayor pro tem. So first and foremost, we will cover the results of the November 5th, 2024 election. This was our first year as by-district elections, so we had District 3 and District 4 up for election this year, as well as a ballot measure. The ballot measure was the City of San Clemente Beach Protection, Restoration, and Clean Ocean measure. I will start by saying that our seated council member, Rick Loeffler, was the highest vote getter for District 3, and for District 4, Zhen Wu was the highest vote getter. Measure BB, our Beach Protection, Restoration, Clean Ocean measure, failed. It required a 66.7% vote of yes. We had 24,004 votes, or 64.62% voted in favor, and 13,145, or 35.38%, voted in opposition of Measure BB. So Measure BB failed. Our top vote getters again for District 3, Rick Loeffler, and District 4 are Zhen Wu. And with that, we have a resolution for City Council to adopt, and we can do that by roll call vote. It's resolution number 24-191. Was the motion by Councilmember Noblock? And the second by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer? Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Loeffler?
Aye.
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 Carries 5-0. And we will administer the oath of allegiance to our newly elected council members, beginning with District 3, Rick Loeffler, if you'd like to join me at the podium.
Right. Oh. Do I have it up here?
Mayor, Councilmember Duncan requested a
a moment of personal privilege of the mayor to be able to make a short statement.
Absolutely. Sure. Well, hey, happy holidays, everyone. It's good to see you here. Just wanted to say some final words as I sort of depart the scene here and make room for Rick to come back and Zen to come up here to the dais. And I will keep it very short. I think one of the things that I've learned, you learn a lot when you're a council member. Right? You get a lot of praise, you get a lot of criticism. You got to get used to that. But one of the things that I've learned is that the magic of San Clemente doesn't actually happen at this dais. The really important accomplishments, the big things that happen in the city, it happens because of everybody outside of the walls of this council chamber, because of our residents, and I think probably chiefly because of the incredible employees that we have at this city. The people on the floor below us, people on the floor above us, the people who work every day out in our facilities and out there in the field, serving our city, making sure that our city runs effectively and efficiently, and they could work in many, many places. And that goes for our sheriff's deputies and our firefighters and our marine safety folks as well. What's up, Rod? And so I just want to make sure that, we pass that on for our new council member coming, and Rick, who I know has seen that in action, that we really thrive because we have a very engaged population, and it's always good to see a big crowd out there, and because we have incredibly dedicated professional employees that actually really care about our city. They want to work here because it's a wonderful place, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. And as I leave, I want to make sure that everybody remembers that moving forward, and we never lose sight of how fortunate we are to have an engaged, loving population and a dedicated, skillful city staff. So with that, I want to thank everyone for the incredible honor of serving this city, the greatest city I've ever lived in, the best beach city in the world. And I think the best days are ahead of us, as long as we keep being engaged and we act with good faith, and love in our hearts, which I know we will. And I have great confidence about that. So thank you again for the time I've been allowed to serve here. And Mayor, with that, I think I'll go ahead and head out, and I'll let you all continue with your business.
Yeah, and I will just remind people, for the people that weren't here last meeting, we did present you and your family with accolades, so.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
No need for accolades. Thank you.
Let's step to this podium. And Rick Leffler, it is my honor and privilege to present you with your certificate of election.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry, I'm being asked to. Okay. So, Councilmember Rick Leffler, I present you with your certificate of election, and if you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Rick Leffler,
I, Rick Leffler,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of
and
California
the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and
that
allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United
to
States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose
of evasion,
of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you and congratulations. And if you can just sit to the side for a moment, we will have a presentation from Supervisor Fulton. And Zen will. All right, Councilmember-elect. First, I will present you with your certificate of election. Congratulations. And if you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Zin Wu,
I, Zhen Wu,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign or domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, and we will have Tyler from Supervisor Foley's office come on up and present the both of you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm Tyler. Hello, everyone. My name is Tyler. I work for Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley. I'm here today just to express congratulations. Oh, microphone. Got it. My name is Tyler Mosier. I work for our Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley. I'm here today to congratulate the new 2 council members to the San Clemente City Council, Zhen Wu and Rick Leffler. I'll start with Councilmember Leffler. I've had the pleasure of getting to know you over the past year, and you're a great guy, and I'm so stoked that you have, congratulations on your election. And also, Zhen Wu, my name is Tyler. I work for Supervisor Foley, and I look forward to working with you. So congratulations to you both.
You can quit smiling for a second. They're coming. Okay, they won't one here, and then we'll get them. Wow. Is it- Hold on, I'm taking a video.
A video?
Well,
I want this photo for my Christmas card.
okay, here we go. You broke the camera, and then I had to fix it. Okay.
Now, everybody get in?
Yeah, now let's, the city council.
Yes.
All right, the new city council.
All righty. I can't even shake hands like I was Congratulations. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. Jen, you're up here. Sure. Well, actually, you're right here.
Okay. You want me to come down there and do that? Sure. Okay.
I can't get the top off that.
All right.
Next item on the agenda is election of mayor and mayor pro tempore, but before that, we do have a special presentation thanking our current mayor pro tem and then, of course, our current mayor. So Mayor Cabral, would you like to start with presenting?
Oh, I will, absolutely.
Mayor Pro
Come-
Tem.
We should come down here, though, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. People, can see also. So Mark has served as our mayor pro tem this past year, done an extraordinary job. So on behalf of the city of San Clemente, Mark, This is a plaque to acknowledge your dedicated service as Mayor Pro Tem for the city of San Clemente. And we thank you and appreciate all the work that you've done. Thank you. If you want to say something, you can. If you have a few words, I'd like an hour each.
And this is to commemorate you, our current mayor, Victor Cabral. You have done an incredible job. You have steadied our ship and have worked tirelessly, especially in terms of bringing sand to our beaches and numerous other endeavors that we are so appreciative as a city for all your service. So thank you.
Thank you. I will say a couple of words since this is my last opportunity as mayor. I guess I'm mayor throughout the meeting, but it's one of my last opportunities. When I took this job, I didn't realize the difficulty. I mean, it's a 50-hour-a-week job. I didn't know that. But if you want to do it right, it's a lot of work. And I had two main objectives. One is restoring the sand on our beaches. And I think we've done a pretty good job as a city and as a community and with the organizations that are out there that have helped us in delivering a new San Clemente beach. The work's not done, I should tell you, and that's one of the things that this next year I hope to continue working on in some role to get the rest of the sand that we need on our beaches so that we can be a real beach community. The second objective I had was to look at what we could do for the security and the homelessness issue. And I think we've done a good job. Our outreach to reach out to the homeless. I know people say we have a big problem. A lot of cities have big problems, but I can tell you that everybody that's out there right now in our city that's living out there in the streets has probably been offered. Maybe our coordinator there would help justify this statement. People have been offered opportunities to find a place to live. We have a lot of places and we have a lot of placements throughout the Orange County, and our objective was to find housing. So almost all the people that are still out there are service resistant. They don't want to be in a program, and they don't want to be in housing for whatever reason. And so we've made big progress in that. I think the county statistics when I started was like 179. I know our own numbers is in the 30, 40 range. So we have ways to go there, but we will continue to do that. There is a number of other projects that we've been successful on as a city, and I won't go into all of them, but you look at what we've done with the pickleball courts, you look at what we've done with a number of projects, infrastructure projects. We've made great leaps and bounds. So as the mayor, I think one of the opportunities that you had is you can be a leader, and not only in this community, actually across the country, actually the world. Last 2 weeks ago, I was awarded, I went to Mexico City. Again, all the stuff I do on my own dime, so don't worry, city. I do that. The week before, I've been in Washington, D.C., meeting with public officials on sand. Again, on my own dime. I'm not asking the city to compensate me for all my travel, which I do routinely. But I think that's just what you have to do when you're the mayor. You have to be the big advocate for the city, and it's not only in San Clemente, it's at the state governments, at the federal government level, and I thank the city for giving me the opportunity, and the citizens for giving me the greatest honor to represent you. That's it. Thank you.
I'm out of memory. No. Looks a lot like the last picture.
council. I know this was supposed to come a little bit later, but seeing as the timing of one of our special guests over here is limited, would the council be obliged to move one item of one of my presentation of the CASA, but to yield to one of our coastal animal shelter service officers here? Would you be amenable to moving that item up?
Which item is it?
It's just our,
Well, without objection, we'll move
yeah,
it.
council member reports, but it's just one aspect of my council member
All right.
report, if that is appropriate.
Without objection? Yep.
All right.
Objection?
Thank you. So we have our representative from our coastal animal shelter, and love to hear who you brought with you today. And yes, and Jennifer, if you're willing to do that.
Sure. Hey, everybody. Council, thank you for having us. And everyone, thank you for giving me just a minute here. So I'm Jennifer, and this is Officer Moran. We're from the San Clemente Dana Point Animal Shelter. We're located at 221 Avenida Fabricante. And I brought this little dog, Callie, here, and I have a little kitty. I'll get him out in a minute. This is Callie. She's one of our adoptable dogs. She is 3 years old. She's a little schnauzer mix. And she's a sweet little girl, a little bit of a couch potato, but she does love to go on her short little walks. And she is a snuggle bug, is what our volunteers say. So she's available for adoption. So you're welcome to come and see all of our animals. We're located just up the hill from Steed Park, and we're open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And I brought a little kitty here, if he's going to be amenable to coming out. This is Lucas. He's 2 months old, and he is also available for adoption. So we have a lot of cats. This is about the youngest that you'll see at the shelter, but he is also available for a new home. So please, everybody, come and see us. Again, Councilman Enmeyer, thank you for the invite, and thank you, everybody, for taking the time to let us speak.
Thank you.
And Christmas is just around the corner, so.
All right. Next item on the agenda.
Okay, next item on the agenda is election of mayor and mayor pro tempore. We do have 3 speaker cards before we start the process of electing a mayor, starting with Mike Dollar, I will say retired San Clemente Fire Department employee, Donna Vidrine, followed by Allison Lusk Movazin. Mike, come on up.
Good evening, Council. As Laura said, my name is Mike Dollar. I'm a lifelong resident of the city here. My parents moved here in 1948, thank God. And I moved here when I was 2 days old. Moved from Newport Beach Hospital down to here. Anyway, I've raised my family here. My kids are still living in town, and they're raising my grandkids there. So to say that I'm invested in this city is an understatement. I love this town, and I'm not going anywhere. The reason why I'm here is to support Mark as for mayor. Mark is a lifelong resident, proud Concordia graduate, all through the school district. His parents live in town here. Mark is raising his family here. Here's another young man that's invested in this city. He's a teacher, as you probably all know. He's a very educated man and a quality guy. He's dedicated to this city. And I realize all of you probably disagree with Mark at times, probably agree with him at times. That's part of the American way. I disagree with my wife numerous times over 48 years, but I try and be respectful, and I know Mark has always tried to be respectful in his dealings with people. The bottom line is, Mark loves San Clemente. I think he's due to have the honor bestowed on him as mayor of the town. He's an honorable, quality individual. And I urge you all to vote for Mark for mayor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Donna Vidrine.
Congratulations to Councilman Rick Loeffler and Zen Wu on being elected to council to serve your respective districts in our city of San Clemente. My ask tonight is that you nominate and vote to select Mark Enmeyer for mayor of San Clemente. Thank you, Victor Cabral, for serving San Clemente as mayor this past year. I ask that you nominate Mark Enmeyer for mayor at the city council meeting tonight. Last year, you were elected mayor with support and a vote from council member Mark Enmeyer. Mark, as mayor pro tem, has represented and served San Clemente well. Mark received the second highest votes from San Clemente residents in his 2022 election for city council. Mark has shown a willingness to find common ground and proposes effective compromises. Mark gives fresh perspectives to problems that have continued, proposing real solutions while maintaining a good grasp of budget and revenue. Mark is earnest, hardworking, and dedicated to the future and success of San Clemente. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mark Enmeyer. You have my vote and my support for our next mayor of San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allison Lusk Mavazin?
Mavazin.
Mavazin, thank
Fine,
you.
though. Good evening, council members. My name is Allison Lusk Mavazin. I am a 38-year homeowner and resident here in San Clemente. First, I want to say congratulations to Zhen Wu and Rick Leffler on their district victories. Well done. And I'm here tonight, my comment is brief. I'm here tonight to speak to you about your vote for mayor. I would encourage each of you to vote for Rick Leffler as the mayor of our beautiful city. As you know, Rick already has a proven track record as a city council member and the knowledge to carry out the responsibilities of mayor. Rick was reelected last month as an independent candidate. He never received endorsements or donations from a political party during his campaign, and I believe that shows Rick is the best choice to represent our diverse and growing city. Thank you all so much for your time tonight. I really appreciate what you all do, and best of luck in 2025.
Thank you. Do we have more speakers?
Thor Johnson.
All right, Thor.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. My name is Thor Johnson, and first off, I'd just like to say thank you for allowing me to speak, and congratulations to council members Rick and Zen. I'm here to urge you not to vote for Mark Enmeyer for mayor, because I don't believe that Mark's values align with the city of San Clemente's values. I know this is nonpartisan, but not a single Democrat won any election in San Clemente. No Democrats were elected to city council. No Democrats were elected to our school board out of the 2 seats. And Lori Davies, beat Chris Duncan, pretty good in San Clemente. So I'm really grateful for Mark, but I just don't believe his values align with the city, and that's why I don't think we should vote for him. I think Steve Noblock would be a great candidate, and I also think Rick Leffler would be a good candidate as well. And Mayor Victor, thank you for being one of the best, if not the best, mayors in the whole country. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are we
Okay.
done?
Yes. And with that, we will go ahead and first I'll review the process for the election of mayor and mayor pro tem. We do select our mayor and mayor pro tem at the first meeting in December, but the current mayor, mayor pro tem, stay seated until the end of this meeting, and then they pass the baton, if you will, immediately following this meeting. The nomination and election of the mayor or chair is conducted by the city clerk, and then the method for nomination in this respect is an open nomination solely by and from within the membership of the presently seated city council. Nomination cannot be accepted from members of the public. No second is required for nomination, although sometimes one or more members will second a nomination to indicate endorsement. In no event may any one member nominate more persons than there are offices to fill in the respective selection. When it appears that no one else wishes to make a nomination, the chair of the meeting asks one final time if there are additional nominations. If there is a no response, the chair then declares the nomination for mayor or mayor pro tempore is closed. It is unnecessary to have a motion to officially close the nomination, yet if such a motion is made, that motion then requires an affirmative 2/3 vote of the members present, 4 or 5 members. After nominations are closed, a majority vote is required to reopen the nomination. Nominees are voted on in the order in which they are nominated. As soon as one of the nominees receives a majority vote of those members present in the voting, the mayor or chair then declares the person elected to that respective office, and no vote is taken on the remaining nominees. Rounds of voting shall continue in succession until one nominee is elected.
All right, there was a, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, there was, I just want clarification because there was a couple of issues that came up before that I think need to be discussed. I know in a previous election, there was a question of how the, just for the public's benefit, and I think it came up today, the abstention issue where you had, we're following Rosenberg's rules. So it doesn't necessarily require 3 votes. Can I ask the city attorney to opine on that, or?
So it is stated in the rule that the city clerk just read to you that it's a majority of those present and voting. It says it right in the policy, and that is consistent with Rosenberg's rules. So what that means is that if there's an abstention, you count the abstention for quorum purposes, but you don't count the abstention for how many are voting on the motion. So for example, if you have 1 abstention, you have 4 members voting, you need a majority of 4, which would be 3.
If you have 2
If you have
abstentions,
2 abstentions, you would have 3 voting, and 2 out of 3 would make a majority.
okay. All right, this is also, I will say, I'm going to turn this over to you because you are going to conduct the elections. I will say this is probably, I know when I came on the city council, one of the toughest things because you're a new member. Mr. Wu, you're a new member, and you're thrown into the battle, the political battles right away, and it's never really pretty, but it's the way our process works. So at that, I'm going to turn over the chair of the meeting to our clerk, who will conduct the election for.
Can I ask, before we do nominations, can I make a comment?
Sure.
So, first of all, from the audience, thanks so much for all the great comments, and received a lot of email comments and suggestions, and I agree with everybody that emailed me about the character, the work ethic of any of the candidates that they might have submitted. I agree 100%. I've worked with everyone here, and I've known Zen for a while, so I would say that the character, work ethic is, anybody is capable of being mayor or mayor pro tem. There is an issue that I do want to raise, is because some of the emails were written and said that, well, could you consider this candidate because actually mayor is only like a ceremonial position, and so it's not that important. Well, I will wholeheartedly disagree with the thought, if anybody has a thought, that this is a ceremonial position. I'm well aware of the last 2 mayors that we had. I know that they worked over 40 hours a week on issues here in town. Most of the issues I do know take place during business hours, so I think it's not a matter of capability, it's a matter of availability. As a mayor, you're expected to go to the Cal Cities meetings. Yesterday, we had a meeting that I actually attended for Mayor Cabral. It was a last minute where he had an engagement that he had to go to, and so I went up to the Cal Cities meetings with Sheriff Barnes and the Chief Adams of the Orange Police Department, and it was put on by Cal Cities. Numerous mayors there, city council people. And it was about Proposition 36 and what we can expect, how Proposition 36 will change the way we prosecute criminals. And it was really, really enlightening. I'm going to share some of that later on my council comments. It was important that we have somebody there. And I just can't imagine missing that meeting. And if you're not available, and sometimes available on a short term notice, we wouldn't be at those meetings. We have so many important things coming up now. We got the OCTA issue with not only the sand on the beach, but also if our bridge is going to be replaced, and things change daily. And these entities, these government agencies, they reach out, and I will tell you personally, since I have stood in for the mayor at different times, they treat a council member a lot different than they treat the mayor when you show up. They want to speak to the mayor. They believe the mayor is the speaking force in the city. A lot of cities have elected mayors. We are going to have one in 2 years. A lot of cities have strong mayors, which is basically you're like the president. You're not just another city council member. And a lot of these cities just assume that that's what we have, and they really show a different. When the mayor shows up, it's different. That's all I can tell you. And our local chamber of commerce. Right in the definition of what we do for the chamber is that the mayor's expected to show up when the new business opens up and the ribbon cuttings happen. That's really important to the business owners. Show up, give them a little glad you're here and want to show you that we support you. I go to the ribbon cuttings also because I've been the chamber liaison, and I will tell you that I really like doing it. And when the mayor shows up and is the one handing the plaque, it's just different. And those happen during the week. It's unfortunate. So I just want to say that, look, there's going to be people when we figure out who's going to be mayor pro tem tonight, there's going to be people that are going to be happy. There's going to be people that are unhappy. I will tell you, you shouldn't be unhappy. We all still work as a unit together. I strongly feel, and I know that we will continue to all work together no matter who the mayor pro tem is. And so I would just ask you, no matter who your favorites are, it's a personality contest. And if it was a personality contest, probably it might have come out different than it comes out tonight. But I'm trying to be pragmatic and trying to decide what's best for the city going forward, since we have so many important issues coming up. Doesn't mean it's going to be the same in a year. We'll go in a different direction in a year, I'm sure. But right now, I just hope that you'll support however it comes out. And Allison's 100% right. This is not political to me. I am the only independent person on this, and it's not political. It's totally pragmatic. So I would just ask that you consider that. Thank you.
All right. I wouldn't mind saying a few words.
Okay.
You want to run the meeting?
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you
Oh,
say
yes, you're running the meeting now, correct, yes. So I think a lot of those comments were actually directed at me. So I'll say some rebuttals to those, and then I'll continue on. First off, the idea that the mayorship is more than ceremonial. Yes, that doesn't preclude someone, though, from being the mayor. The other idea of availability. Let me, if I become mayor, worry about my availability. I can make arrangements. I can make things available, and there is a mayor pro tem. That is there. As you said, the mayor could not make it there. He called someone else up. We work together as a team to support each other. It is not a one-man show up here. We should be supporting one another. We should be helping one another if a mayor is unavailable. I have attended things that the mayor couldn't go to. You've attended things that the mayor couldn't go to. So that should not preclude someone. The issue here is that in that statement, you're making a larger statement, that only those who either are retired or those who are independently wealthy should have the opportunity to become mayor, because they're the only ones who have time to do it. And I think that is not what the people of this city want. People of this city want someone who represents everyone in this city, and that includes working people. And we should all have the chance to be mayor up here based on representing everyone that's out there, not a select few based on wealth or availability. That should not be the reason. So, as mayor pro tem, I have been available, and I would love to have a mayor pro tem. If I am fortunate enough and have the honor to be mayor, that would support me in those endeavors. And I believe that if you, even going to those meetings, I've been there as the mayor pro tem, they are just as respectful to have you there as they would the mayor. So I disagree with that statement there. But I do have some other words that I had prepared on top of that, because I wasn't ready to respond to those, but I do have something else. And I'd just like to say a couple other things. First, thank you for the comments that were out there. I do appreciate them. I know I said this last year, I'll say it again. I can't wait until 2026 when the population of San Clemente will have the final say on who the mayor is, not us. But for decades, this process has been conducted in a congenial manner based on who has shown themselves to put the needs of the city above that of political party or personal ambition. Only twice in our recent history has a mayor pro tem not been elected as the subsequent mayor. One of those times was because the pro tem was in active litigation against the city. The other was because he had shown he was intent on pushing national political issues that divide our community rather than working toward what unites us. I would encourage my council members tonight to do the right thing and to continue with the traditions that our city has held since its founding. Mr. Loeffler, congratulations on your victory. I'd like to remind you that when I was the deciding vote that put you on the council a year and a half ago, I did so because I thought you to be a man of integrity. I hope tonight that you will validate my assessment of your character. Mr. Cabral, I took a chance on you last year as well, believing that you would put the interests of the city above those of your political party. It has been a pleasure, an absolute pleasure, to work with you on Measure BB. I know that both of us took some heat from our political base, but we also knew it was the right thing to do. I ask that you be willing to put aside party again tonight and to do the right thing. Mr. Wu, congratulations. I also look forward to working with you. In your first vote on council, show the people that you are a man of integrity, that you will do what is best for the city, not what is best for a political party. Mr. Knobloch, I know that you may feel slighted from last year. I understand that. But no matter what happens, I do look forward to working on issues that we have common ground on. So to all of you, I would ask that for tonight and for one more time next year, now we put aside our political machinations and ambitions and do what is right for the city. With that, I will humbly ask for your votes for mayor.
I will, I'll give a brief statement since I had some thought. People came to me afterwards and said, you should run for mayor again because, you know, you've done a great job. And what I've said to people, that's not been our tradition. Our tradition is never having a mayor become mayor the second time. And it's a tradition that I think everybody before us have honored. I delighted in being mayor, as has been mentioned. I think it is more than a full-time job, and that's one of the reasons I don't think it's something that I could do right now, because it is just a lot of work, and to do it, it's not in the cards right now for me. I have a lot of work projects going on that I'm working on, and I gave it everything I could this past year, but more importantly, the tradition that we have that nobody runs for a second term, I'm going to respect, because I believe that's what our San Clemente culture expects. I think that's what the residents of San Clemente expect, and so that's why I have told people I'm not going to pursue it, although I guess I could. All right.
If the meeting is turned back over to the clerk who's coordinating the meeting, I'd like to,
Provide comments.
if the speeches are done, I'd like to say that I'm willing to be mayor, and if selected, would be honored to serve.
Okay. And Councilmember Wu, before we open nominations, do you have any comments? I have no. Okay, so we'll go ahead and open nominations for the office of mayor.
I'm willing to serve as mayor if selected by this council.
Okay.
I'll nominate myself.
Any other
Any other
nominations?
nominations?
I'm going to nominate Councilmember
Loeffler, okay. Any other
All right.
nominations? Then we will close the nominations, and we will begin with a vote for Councilmember Knobloch. Councilmember Wu?
Aye.
Yes, for Councilmember Loeffler?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what we were.
We're voting for Councilmember Knobloch for the office of mayor.
Okay. You're aye. Okay.
You're a yes. Councilmember Loeffler?
Aye.
Yes. Mayor Cabral?
Do I go next?
You can go next. You're actually council member at this point, yes.
Okay, all right. I'm a yes.
Okay, so that's 3 votes for Steve Knobloch as mayor, so you,
I'll vote no.
okay, all right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mayor Knobloch. And with that, we will open nominations for the office of Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Mayor Cabral, would you like to run that nomination?
I will run, well, actually, I was going to run that, but I will defer to you because I have the intention of running for Mayor Pro Tem. So I don't want to, I think it's inappropriate for me to run that election.
Okay, so we will go ahead and follow that same process, and we will open nominations for the office of Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to nominate myself.
Are there any
I'll
other-
nominate myself.
I'll nominate Mr. Leffler.
Okay. Seeing no more nominations, we will close the nomination period and we will vote. Voting on Victor Cabral as Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Wu.
No.
Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes. Councilmember Enmeyer
No.
and Mayor Knobloch.
No.
Okay, moving on, that is 3 no votes for Victor Cabral. Moving on to Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer. Councilmember Wu.
Aye.
Yeah. Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cabral.
Aye.
That is 3 votes for Mark Enmeyer to remain Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember, Mayor Knobloch, would you like to cast a vote on that?
I'll vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, that carries 5-0. So Steve Knobloch is our mayor, Mark Enmeyer remains our Mayor Pro Tem. And with that, Mayor Cabral will continue this
All right.
meeting.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
You know, I have to say, I was concentrating on something here in my paperwork, and I apologize. I thought we were voting for a different candidate. I do apologize. That was my mistake. And that vote was for Mr. Leffler, the second round.
Okay, we were voting for Councilmember Enmeyer, for Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer.
Okay, I
so-
apologize. I thought we were voting for Rick. Since it was a mistake, and I apologize. I intended to vote no on that, so
Okay.
I don't know if we need a formal reversal of that, but
We still have 4 votes in favor of Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer, so he remains Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, so your records will reflect
Yes.
the change.
The reverse, yes,
All right.
absolutely. Okay.
All right, let's continue with the agenda.
Moving on to special presentations. First presentation is of a city title to Jake Rahn, our finance manager, who has been with the city for 20 years and has decided to retire. So we have Administrative Services Manager Brower here to present.
Good
to
evening,
Mr.
Mayor
Rahn.
and council members. Brian Brower, Administrative Services Director. I'm here tonight with the honor of presenting Jake Rahn with a city tile in recognition of 20 years of exemplary service. So Jake came to work for the city of San Clemente in 2004 as the accounting supervisor. He then moved on to being the finance officer and is now the finance manager. After 20 years of excellent service, Jake is now retiring at the end of December and is moving on to spend more time with his family, who's joined, some of them have joined us here tonight to help recognize him. So Jake has been managing the accounting and billing and finance side of the city for a number of years. He's got a great team. Some of them are here tonight in the audience, and I know that they love working for him, and they're going to miss him just as much as I will. As I was preparing for this evening, I took a look at the city's core values, and you can see them on the website if you want to take a look. They're listed out as service with excellence, service with integrity, and service with respect. And under those headings, there's more detail about each of those. And as I read them today, I just felt like Jake exemplifies every one of them, just checks every box. Deep sense of personal responsibility, check. Well-prepared, thorough, and accurate, check, check, check. On down the list, he's honest, he follows the rules and regulations. He's professional, he's courteous. I got to the bottom of the list and it says on time and on schedule. This one isn't even really fair because he's always early and he always stays late and he comes in on days off and does whatever it takes to get the job done. He has a level of knowledge and dedication that will be missed. And I know the entire organization, from myself, the city manager, the council, the whole city team, and the citizens of San Clemente. I think everybody appreciates you, Jake, and appreciates all you've done for the last 20 years. And I want to say thank you. First, though, I want to thank Jody, and I know your son Josh is here, and you have more family at home. Thank you guys for letting us have Jake all these years. And Jake, thank you for your service.
Jake, you want to say something? They're on their way.
I'll just say just some thank yous. I want to thank council and the department heads for teaching me so much over the last 20 years. You know, anytime you walk into a city government, there's a lot to continue to learn, which I think they will agree with. I want to thank my family for supporting me all these years. And then not last but not least, my staff, because without them, I wouldn't have made it to 20 years. So thank you very much for helping me through the entire process. Thanks.
Do you have family who wants to come up?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and have them come up.
And your staff.
Oh, come on. No, get up here. No, come on.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations. Can the finance staff stand up too so everybody can recognize that?
We have a couple of more special presentations, so Mayor Cabral will stay there, and I will call up Cameron Cosgrove. This is a presentation of commendation to Cameron Cosgrove, San Clemente resident, in recognition of his advocacy efforts for coastal issues within San Clemente.
Cameron, as one of my last acts here as mayor, I thought I would thank you for all you do with planning and also on coastal issues. Without you, I mean, you've truly been a leader in all the coastal issues here, bringing them to light, educating the public about what's happening here. And so on behalf of the city of Clemente, I'll actually read this. Whereas Cameron Cosgrove has been tireless advocate for coastal issues within San Clemente, whereas Cameron Cosgrove has resided in the city for more than a decade and has been an advocate for San Clemente coastline and retaining San Clemente's village by the sea charm, whereas Cameron Cosgrove has dedicated himself at his time to the community group's focus on erosion, raising awareness, and is an advocate for sustainable solutions to protect San Clemente coastline. And there's a few more others. Now, therefore, I, Victor Cabral, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby commend you for your work.
That's
Thank
quite
you.
generous. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You want to say a word?
Sure. This is a great honor. I really appreciate that. All members of the council and to the city manager and the staff, thank you. Just want to express my gratitude to everyone that supported Measure BB, especially the 23,000 people who voted for it. We were 2 points short, but we accomplished much in that small window of time we had. And I also want to thank very much the partners I had in this from Bring Back Our Beaches and Save Our Beaches. They were working with me side by side every day, and I couldn't have done anything without their help. And I just want to say that despite not hitting that supermajority and falling just so short, we will continue. I think that the foundation that we've laid, the education that we've provided, has aligned the community on this goal. So we will find a way to move forward. And with that, I just want to say it was a great honor to work on behalf of the thing that we all love, the city of San Clemente. So with that, thank you.
Good, thank you. We're going to take a photo here. Let's take a photo first here. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is presentation of commendation to Bring Back Our Beaches in recognition of their advocacy efforts concerning coastal erosion and sand replenishment.
Thank you. Bring back our beaches. All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. It's been a long road. We've done a lot. We've accomplished a lot. The organization has done extraordinary work in raising the awareness of the deficiencies and what's happening with our beaches, has taken a leadership role in restoring beaches, and we've done a pretty good job this year in restoring those beaches. And you've had a good part of that. You deserve a lot of the credit for doing that. And so on behalf of the city, I wanted to thank you formally for all the work that you did in restoring our beaches, being an advocate for our beaches and our surf in our city, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, did you want to say a word, or you don't have to?
Well, I think Cameron said it well. You know, these beaches, this coast are really worth fighting for. It really is what this community is about for a lot of us. And I think we all worked hard to raise awareness, educate people, and advocate. And consistent with what Cameron said, I think everybody who worked on this really achieved that objective. And we're not done. We're going to get something across the finish line that allows us to continue to do the good work that the city has done. And thank you to council members, to the mayor, to everybody that's been involved in making this happen, because it's really what this beach town is about. So thanks.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
And last but not least, for special presentations is presentation of commendation to Save Our Beaches San Clemente in recognition of their advocacy efforts concerning sand replenishment and community education.
All right. Save our beaches. Yeah. Save Our Beaches is, again, done extraordinary work for this city. Has done extraordinary work for this city. And I don't just want to talk about Measure BB. It's not about Measure BB. It's about all the work you do with the Coastal Commission, all the other federal, state, local agencies that we meet with, you know, routinely, bringing awareness of our needs, bringing awareness of what's happening with our beaches, how we restore that sand. You, as an organization, have made the city more aware. You're always there wherever we go. We see your booths. We see you educating the public about the need. And I think together, all the organizations in the city have made great progress And we'll continue working this year and the following years to make San Clemente beaches the best in the world. So thank you. Go ahead if you have a word.
Well, Save Our Beaches have been working for 3 years now. So it's been a great journey working with everyone in the city and talking to people in the city and learning more about what our city wants from our beaches. I can just say that when I think the very first week that Mark and Victor were elected, we were in their office. They had already formed a subcommittee on sand, and they were just laser focused on this. And it's been so great working with both of them. I want to continue working with Mark and with the new mayor to keep this going. And Save Our Beaches is an organization. We have probably a couple of dozen people in around town that are very actively involved. And I just want to point out our board, Julian Husbands, Gary Walsh, the co-founder, Lisa Gant, and Joe Wilson. And with respect to Measure BB, I just want Joe to come up here and get your rear end over here. Come on, because people see all those yard signs around town. Most of them went through his hands.
Oh.
He did absolutely everything from the pop-up booths to talking to people to crafting our message. Joe was the guy. And so I think that he single-handedly brought it from 60% to 66% and 65%. So thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
Why don't we build a pyramid? I'll get on.
Church side. Did you get it? All right, yeah. Again, thanks.
Gary, you're Julie. Nice job. Keep it up. We're close.
We were.
Okay, next item on the agenda is council member reports.
All right, let's start. You want to do last, probably?
I can go.
I'm going to repeat everything you say.
No, this is all going to be new stuff. Okay, well, we had a great glitz last Saturday, and I think Victor's probably going to want to talk a little bit about that, but, you know, shout out to Beaches and Parks. They put on a great event. And as I alluded to before, there was a meeting yesterday of Cal Cities where they had Sheriff Barnes and Chief Adams and spoke about Proposition 36, which was the proposition that was overwhelmingly passed by the voters, which is going to recriminalize some of the crimes that have become infractions or misdemeanors. Prop 36 goes into effect on December 18th, so it's right around the corner here, a little more than a week. It reestablishes commercial thefts from infractions to misdemeanors and misdemeanors to often felonies for repeat offenders. The sheriff expects crime to actually show an increase when we first implement this. Why? Because he believes that more shop owners, business owners will report these crimes if they believe the offenders will actually get caught and go to jail. So the crime statistics will probably go up, but so will the arrests. One interesting thing is Sheriff Barnes commits to the fact that we have room in jail here in Orange County to put people in jail. That's unlike LA County. LA County, the jails are all full, and that's why a violent offender commits a crime with a gun in LA, and in 2 days they will be out of jail. Sheriff Barnes commits to the fact that there will be no early releases for anybody committing crimes and arrested and booked into his jail. He also has an interesting point in that he believes that there's going to be more offenders that are drug-related or drug-addicted might be compelled to go into treatment more if they believe they're going to face long criminal sentences. The county actually has numerous programs to put offenders into to try to get them sober. So I hope that the Sheriff Barnes is right, that this will not only lower crime, but perhaps get some people into treatment. Last thing I want to talk about real quick is an incident that happened under marine safety. On November 8th, I'm just have to read this because it was, I would never remember this. So November 18th, 2024, seasonal ocean lifeguard cruise tester was stationed in the pier tower, Tower 0. While conducting a routine scan of the water on the south side of the pier, he observed a female in a black trench coat climbing over the pier railing at about mid-pier on the north side of the pier. Tester immediately contacted dispatch to report the situation. Marine Safety Chief Rob Malott instructed Tester to respond to the incident, and Marine Chief would take over responsibilities in Tower 0. Tester swiftly arrived at the scene, observed the woman hanging onto a pipe on the seaward side of the pier. Tester suspended, she was suspended over the water. Acting quickly, he reached over the pier railing, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her back onto the pier deck. When Tester questioned her about her actions, the woman stated she intended to go for a swim and figure out her life. She obviously was suffering some kind of mental incapacity. Tester's vigilant and rapid response undoubtedly prevented a potential tragedy. I want to just thank Chief Malott and all of his lifeguards for being proactive. This is one reason that we have 0 drownings at San Clemente, is because our proactive lifeguards. So I'd like to give a hand to Rob Malott and his crew. He's not a fireman, he doesn't get a plaque. Okay.
Nothing to report.
Just Santa's Village was. The Santa's Village and the putting on the glitz was a great community experience. Thank you for all the volunteers who are out there, all the businesses, all the staff that made that happen. It truly was a wonderful community event. It's one of my favorites every year. Had a meeting with the Coastal Cities Leadership Committee with the Cal Cities, and we continue to talk about how we can work together with the Coastal Commission in terms of what's called what we're trying to advocate for is something called a community or neighborhood approach to how we look at improvements in and instead of just doing a house by house, looking more holistically at our entire beaches together. So we're working on that and with the Coastal Commission. Also had a great meeting with the Homeless Collaborative yesterday. It was very productive. We are working more closely with some of our faith-based communities and some of our nonprofit organizations to see what solutions we can come up with for some of our homeless, especially as we are facing some more extreme weather conditions. So we'll come back with more later, but know that we are continually working on our homeless issue and how to work with those in need. Okay, that's all.
There was a couple of things. I think, I don't remember if I reported on the OCCF luncheon we had celebrating our fire and law enforcement a couple of weeks. Yesterday I attended an event for Ed Molina, who's might even be here, I think, who's got elected as president of the Orange County Realtors Association. Congratulations to him. He did an extraordinary job. In terms of committees, last week we had, you gentlemen reported on the other stuff, but last week we had an important meeting on the songs committee to discuss how we move forward this next year with nuclear fuel, and how we prioritize and get that issue front and center in Congress. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. We've, as a leadership, I'm vice chairman of that group. We've decided that we need to make significant inroads with the federal government. reprioritize this as an issue that needs to be addressed sooner than later. We all know what needs to be done. We all know that we have to move the nuclear fuel out of here. But the question for this past year and through our meetings is we get sidetracked a lot from little issues that pop up. We need to reprioritize what we do and how we do it to make sure that moving that nuclear fuel out of the San Clemente area is our highest priority. And so as an organization, we're going to dedicate ourselves to doing that as quickly as possible. So that's my report. Anything next?
Okay, next item on the agenda is oral communications, and I do have several speaker cards. I will call the first several speakers on up. You can sit in these front row seats. Gary Hedrick, followed by Nancy McIntyre, followed by Concerned Resident, followed by Susan Whitelaw. Gary Hedrick.
Well, good evening, Council. I'm very glad to be here in front of you again. Welcome to the new team here, and we're all enjoying the way the structure of the next year is unfolding, and I'm glad to follow our Mayor, Victor Cabral, about the discussion on nuclear waste. And I'm taking us back to, sorry, this has already started. This is a 2-minute silent movie because we don't do audio with the videos, but if you could read along, you'll get another perspective on the nuclear waste issue. Thank you. Did that start from the beginning?
Yes. Gary, I'm sorry, our policy does state that you're supposed to narrate through a video presentation.
Thank you for clarifying. I didn't know how this was going to work, but the point is this is the next step closer to sharing the trailer of San Onofre syndrome with our community, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to have workshops and understand other sides of the issue and why it might be more difficult to move the waste than we think. So San Onofre syndrome can be seen at sanonofresyndrome.com. San Clemente Green is where you can learn more information on the local scenes, and I hope we can all work together to do exactly what the CEP and everyone else I've been learning to work with to find common ground and really move this fast and safe. And we're all on the same team, so we might have different perspectives, but let's all learn from each other and maybe do some workshops. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nancy McIntyre, followed by Concerned Resident. Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor Cabral, council members, and my fellow citizens. My name is Nancy McIntyre, and I've been a resident, a homeowner of San Clemente for the past 49 and a half years. Also taught in Capistrano Unified School District, ending with 11 years at Dana Hills High School. And also the founding member of iHope. We've been on the ground working outreach with homeless people since 2009. And for the past year, council members Meyer and Leffler have been working with the Homeless Collaborative. I'm also a member of that. And they've been listening to our concerns and providing some very valuable feedback about what's possible. We really are concerned about this cold weather. We lost several of our clients last year to inclement weather. So we look forward to working with the entire City Council to come up with something that's viable in terms of dealing with homeless out there. And trust me, they do want to get out of the rain and the cold. They may be somewhat resistant to other ways of helping them, but right now we're very concerned about their lives. So we appreciate your concern and your attention, and we look forward to working with you. And congratulations to the newly elected members. Thank you very much.
Concerned Resident, followed by Suzanne Whitelaw, followed by Donna Vadreen.
Can you move it up? They can't read it.
We started?
No, they haven't started the slide yet, sorry.
Oh, you mean move to the second page?
No, it's one page
There's some red writing underneath it or
there.
something.
for oral communications.
It's right,
Okay, well, all right. I guess you'll have to scroll through it, I guess. Okay, congratulations to our newly elected councilmen, Zen Wu and Rick Loeffler, and congratulations to our new mayor, Steve Knobloch. For the benefit of the newly formed council, I would like to discuss a California law that the city is required to comply with. The slide is on the California Nuisance Law 3480. It states a public nuisance is one which affects at the same time an entire community or neighborhood or any considerable number of persons, although the extent of the annoyance or damage inflicted upon individuals may be unequal. Please note this law is absolute. It does not allow the nuisance to have limited hours, nor does it require a minimum or maximum sound level. This law protects Californians from annoyance, period. It is not optional. It's not based on the numbers pro or con of the annoyance. Hopefully this council will recognize and resolve any issues that come before you that involve the annoyance of residents of San Clemente. Furthermore, as a council, city attorney and city manager are aware, on June 26, 2023, I filed a lawsuit against the city for nuisance caused by pickleball in San Gorgonio Park. On November 11, 2024, I agreed to a settlement and executed all the documents required for the settlement and provided them to the city's attorneys. I have yet to receive the settlement. The city's attorneys have refused to provide any legal basis upon which it contends that any further documents or actions are necessary. The actions by this law firm appear to substantiate clear bad faith on the city for its failure to pay, as the attorneys have indicated the settlement is to be paid by the city. Please have a check available by 2 o'clock tomorrow, and I'll pick it up at Mr. Hall's office. If not possible, please provide an email explaining when I will be paid. Thank you. By the way, this isn't doing a countdown on the time.
That's because the slide's up. We've got 24 seconds left. Yeah.
I'm good.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Next speaker is Suzanne Whitelaw, followed by Donna Vadrine, followed by Susan Ambrose.
Good evening. I thought I would provide an update on the OCTA project, which is now fully funded, including almost 100,000, I have slides, including almost 100,000 tons of boulders placed along Mariposa Promontory, that's DJ Court and El Portal, and San Clemente State Beach, Calafia on down south. OCTA also plans to construct a huge wall on the east side of the tracks from El Portal all the way down to Linda Lane, which I believe could include at least the partial demolition of the Mariposa Bridge. Finally, even though Supervisor Foley told the press that the county had money for all the sand that San Clemente could need, she personally verified with me last week that OCTA will only be doing a one-time placement of 500,000 cubic yards of sand. And that is far from all the sand that San Clemente will ever need, and it's not better than nothing if it comes at the cost of destroying our beaches with 100,000 tons of riprap boulders. Next slide, please. Just to remind you, this is what a 50 to 60 foot wide rock revetment looks like at the south end of San Clemente, thanks to OCTA. Next slide, please. This is a drone image from last week of showing how that width of rock would cover the entire dry sand beach at Calafia. OCTA promises to place about the same width of sand in front of this rock, but if it's right in front of the rock in the surf zone, loosely unconsolidated, poor quality sand, it's going to wash away right away, unless OCTA is required to maintain a wide sandy beach in front of these rocks. Next slide, please. In a few years, again, this is what our beach will look like from Calafia down to the county line, and then I can guarantee you they will start placing rock north of Calafia into Riviera and La Suene. Next slide, please. OCTA also plans on dumping rock at Mariposa Promontory, DJ Court, El Portal, and so far they've only provided the cartoon on the right-hand side to show how much rock that would be. OCTA keeps on saying it could be more rock, it could be less rock. And I kind of believe them that there's going to be more rock than is shown in that cartoon once they get done with it. I think they'll add 30 to 40 feet of rock to that. And if that's the beach that you want to go to, that's where you access the coast, you should be concerned. Next slide, please. Even more importantly, I have not been paying attention to the wall that they want to build from El Portal down to Linda Lane. That's the entire Mariposa Bridge area. They will at least partially demolish the Mariposa Bridge and replace it with a wall. They don't say how tall the wall is, but it's probably going to be at least what they did in front of Casa Romanica there, as an example. And they're going to put a small sidewalk, not up above that, but down below that. So you're walking along that sidewalk. You're not going to be able to see the ocean.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. I will only say I have some files on this I'll turn over. I have some files I'll turn over to the mayor so he can, there's at least a meeting every week with OCTA that I think I know you will very quickly get up to speed with. All right, thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Donna Vadrine, followed by Susan Ambrose, followed by Michelle Brooks. Donna Vadrine.
Mayor Knobloch, City Council, and City Leadership. The San Clemente Homeless Collaborative meets on the second Monday of each month to advocate for the homeless residents of San Clemente to reduce homelessness and promote dignity, health, and self-sufficiency. We research and support our ideas with specific details that the City Council can use to take positive action. We met yesterday to discuss the planning of an inclement weather plan for San Clemente. My ask tonight, Mayor Knobloch and City Council, is to work in partnership with the county, church leaders, and local nonprofits to coordinate an inclement weather response, to provide temporary emergency services and resources to people experiencing homelessness during extreme weather in San Clemente. My ask is that you agendize and bring a cold weather response plan to the next council meeting for discussion and enlightenment with community weigh-in. 1, have a plan for inclement weather in San Clemente this year. 2, work in partnership with the county, local nonprofits, and stakeholders to coordinate an inclement weather response. Extreme weather conditions such as rain, wind, and low temperatures have significant and life safety impacts for those experiencing homelessness. Provide temporary emergency services and resources to people experiencing homelessness during inclement weather in San Clemente. I hope you will partner with us in these efforts. Thank you.
Susan Ambrose, followed by Michelle Brooks, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Good evening. I'm feeling very cheerful tonight, seeing our city council smiling. I look at all of five of you and see all kinds of different opportunities that you have for the city, for us as citizens. You've got somebody from planning who's also been in coastal advisory. We have public safety. We have more coastal issues. We have resolutions about homeless and other areas that come in for business as well. So I greet you, and I wish you both and all of our community members a really great year. Now to the fun for me. I'm up here to talk to you about the California King Tides that are coming in again this weekend from the 13th through the 15th. And I have put a paper in the back that people can, I'm going to show it to you and then I'll pass it to Megan to give to you. So that people can take pictures and send them in to the state. The state would like to see the pictures that we're having and the trouble that we're having, or seeing how the length of our waves are coming in on California King Tides, so that they can record these and determine what kinds of things can be used for strategies for saving our beaches. So that's really a good thing. So that being said, I'm going to tell you real quickly the high tides for tomorrow. Hold on just a bit, please. I mean for Friday. Oh, no, hold on. Let me scratch this one. and get it up to this one. I'm so sorry. And I was so prepared. So on Friday, the low tide is 1:54 p.m. at 1.2 feet. The highest tide is 6:34 a.m. with a 6.6 foot wave. Saturday, lowest tide at 2:39 p.m., a negative 1.4 feet, and highest tide at 7:15 a.m. at a 6.8 feet. And Sunday, the 15th, the lowest tide at 3:24 p.m., negative 1.4 feet, and highest tide at 7:57 a.m. at a 6.7 feet. These are unusually high and low tides corresponding with the moon, which has its pull, the gravitational pull to the waves to come to the earth. At any rate, you will have great fun with this, and be careful on these waves. This paper that I have tell you what you can do and what you should do, and you could have a good time doing that while you're helping the state accrue the information that they need to help us with our saving our beaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and your comments.
Michelle Brooks, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say a quick congratulations to the new mayor and new mayor pro tem, to the new and returning councilman. And I want to, even though he left, I want to say thank you to outgoing Councilman Duncan. And then mostly an extra special thank you to what I think, how I feel is one of the best mayors we've ever had. I think together, Mayor Cabral, you and Andy accomplished so much in such a short time. And somebody said, actually, another great former mayor, Gene James, said to me one time, he said, if you get the right electeds in, if you elect good people, you shouldn't have to worry about coming to the meetings. And that's really how I felt with you at the helm, Mayor Cabral. And I just want to say I really appreciate everything you gave to the city, and I'm really sad that you couldn't stay on. Secondly, I would actually like to address the lawsuit that our newest councilman, Wu, filed against the city and his opponent during the campaign. I don't really know how this stuff works. I don't like lawsuits. I don't like that I'm a taxpayer in the city covering lawsuits. It just is, to me, the worst thing. I grew up, my dad ran his own business, and he said, no matter what, we'll go down. We'll never file a lawsuit, even when we're wronged, and it's just how I was raised. So I would like to encourage Councilman Wu to please give the $10,000 back. You won. I'd like to see you publicly acknowledge that, and let's just say, let's all move forward being respectful and people of integrity, and just give that money back, because as a taxpayer, I just don't think it's fair. I don't know if it led to you winning. I don't want to think that. I just would really like to urge you to please give that money back. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the final speaker is Amanda Quintanilla.
Hi, I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but congratulations to the new mayor, Mayor Noblock, Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer, and the new city council members. Congratulations. When speaking at OCTA Board of Directors meetings, I've established a rapport for years with the OCTA representatives, and it's always best to get the information directly from the OCTA. And we have our city has a great partnership with the OCTA, and they were wonderful in applying for over $460 million worth of grants in state and federal funding, and $70 to $145 million was going to be going to sand replenishment on our beaches. This doesn't mean all our beaches, and so I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think there has been a false narrative out there developing that it was supposed to be for all our beaches, and that's not true. But when listening to Dr. Susie Whitelaw, I have not heard of those plans at Mariposa Bridge, and I think the concern is that, the land is still moving from what Dave Riebendorf did. He put a video out there regarding that. OCTA has been a partner for many years and they've been very wonderful. The city staff is very personable. You can contact them. Daryl Johnson, the CEO of OCTA, is fantastic. And I think it's imperative that we have, continuing to establish a good rapport with them. And I think that that getting that information straight from the source will really help decrease any false information or misinformation that's out there, and I'm really concerned about that. I grew to know the OCTA Board of Directors, or some of the OCTA staff, through fighting the toll road for 5 years, and with the Not My Toll Road group, and they were fantastic. They told the TCA to basically to stay in their lanes, and they have such a great integrity and a sense of duty to make promises. They have a motto: promises made, promises kept, and that is very true. So I hope that the city can continue to work with the OCTA and for the betterment of our town for sound replenishment measures. And I know that they're up against some Coastal Commission approvals. Thank you very much.
Just for the benefit of the public, we are actually a member of OCTA. We elect our member to the OCTA. I was going to run for that position and deferred to the current member with a commitment that we, get a better advocacy, and that was our understanding. So we are a member of OCTA through our elected representative, and I hope that we can utilize that relationship in the future.
Okay, next item on the agenda is motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances. Motion by Mayor Knobloch, second by Councilmember Loeffler. We can vote electronically if you'd like. I can put in the motions on here. Yep, I'll put the second on and I will record it, and you can go ahead and vote that way. And that carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. Hearing none, we will move on. Closed session report, City Attorney.
Thank you. The City Council met in closed session on item A. There was direction given and no reportable action. Thank you.
Staff communications? City Manager Hall? None tonight. Moving on to public hearings. And the first item on the agenda, first of all, I'll read a statement. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. And the first public hearing this evening is consideration of 5 historic property preservation agreements for 5 qualified historic properties and determining the agreements exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And we have David Carrillo here to present.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the council.
Open the public hearing. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, could you jointly open all 5 public hearings, please?
5 times. Now, this is not just one public hearing, but it's for all 5 properties. Do we have to list them all, or just note that this is a public hearing on 5 separate items that you're going to discuss?
Yes. Good evening, David Carrillo, Associate Planner. So, as mentioned, tonight's item before you right now is historic property preservation agreements for 5 different properties. The historic preservation property agreements are also known as Mills Act contracts. So I'll cover here what is the Mills Act program. So this is a program that was enacted in 1972 by the state and it allows cities and owners to go into agreements where the owners receive a property tax cut, and in return, owners agree to reinvest tax savings into the property for certain improvements. The term of the contract, it's an initial 10-year term that automatically renews annually, and unless one of two things happen. One, a notice of non-renewal is submitted by either the city or the owner, or two, the city cancels the contract due to a breach of contract, in which case the owner would be subject to a cancellation fee of 12.5% of the property's full value.
Can I stop you for 1 second? Do we need to make disclosures before we continue with this?
If there are any, they should be made now, yes.
All right. Any of the council members that have been involved in any way, any form with any of these 5 projects, you must disclose what your involvement, what your communications, what role you've had, just to get the paperwork in order. Steve?
Yeah, I don't have any specific communications. I was aware of one of the family members, but I haven't discussed this project at all with them.
Nothing to disclose.
I've been at several of these residences, actually during my campaign, knocking on doors. I don't recall having any specific conversations with anybody in any of these residences. I didn't know that the Mills Act was coming up before us even.
Okay. I have nothing to disclose. All right. And the other thing I would mention is, was there communications that we put on the...
There were no additional communications received.
All right, let's continue. Sorry about interrupting you.
No worries, thank you. So the review process included a site visit at each property. This is an inspection done with the city's historic preservation consultant. We had city staff, we had the Historical Society representative, Larry Culbertson, present, and each property owner at the site. And the purpose of that was to identify improvements that can be added to the 10-year work plans. The next step was to have the design review subcommittee, which also acts as the cultural heritage subcommittee, review the contracts or the 10-year work plans. And they did support all of them moving forward for city council review. The next step is where we're at today, to have city council review the contracts, and if approved, the contracts will have to be executed and recorded before the end of the year so they can take effect the next tax year. The subsequent review process, we do have a state-required 5-year inspection that must take place in order to make sure that the owners are in compliance with the conditions of the contracts. Staff will also be requesting self-reporting forms to be provided annually to also make sure that they're in compliance with the contract prior to the 5-year mark. Some common improvements that we'll see on the work plans, we have structural improvements. We have been in the past several years prioritizing structural improvements over any exterior aesthetic related improvements to make sure that the integrity of the building is in good shape. We do require a termite report. This is per city council direction a few years ago to start adding these to make sure that we can get a good report with recommendations for the owner to take action on. You'll see replacement of windows, non-original windows or doors, removal of unpermitted work, and paint work. So the total estimated annual tax savings for all 5 properties is near $54,000. We do see the tax savings per property listed here. These numbers are provided to staff by county. They do have a specific formula where they apply a Mills Act tax rate, and they reduce the tax bill it's between 40 to 70%, by 40 to 70%.
All right.
And the following slides are briefly cover each property. And this is 143 Avenida Granada. It was built in 1934. It's a single-story commercial property. Its significance is due to its date of construction within the Ole Hansen period of development and the style of architecture, Spanish colonial revival. This one had 16 improvements on the work plan. And here's an example from this property, a summary of what is provided in the work plan. I'm not providing a list for each property, but this gives us a general idea of what these work plans look like. So we do have some landscaping items. We have repair and replacement of roof, window, AC units. Again, we see the termite report, repairs to the front porch, to garage doors, repair and replacement of the concrete driveway, replacement of vinyl windows, and ongoing maintenance on items related to landscaping, exterior stucco, paint, and termite control. This is the second property, 161 West Marquita, built in 1930. It's another single-story residence. Its significance, it's the same as the previous one. This one had 17 improvements. This property is pretty unique from the ones before us today in that the property was just newly remodeled. So most of the improvements you'll see on the work plan are ongoing maintenance type of items. Next one is 304 Avenida Sierra, built in 1935. Another single-story residence. Its significance, it's the same as the previous ones. We had 23 improvements added to this work plan, and one notable improvement for this one, as we see to the right of this image here, is an archway over the driveway. We are requiring an inspection of that archway to make sure it's, we get a report on its condition and take action depending on that recommendation. 210 West Mariposa, built in 1928, another single-story home. Significance is the same, but this one was designed by Virgil Westbrook, a prominent architect in San Clemente for many historic resources. We had 22 improvements added to this work plan, and then one notable one is removal of vines growing on the wall. You can see the vines on the right side of the image here. This is a typical improvement that we do add to prevent any creeping critters or water from going into the building and creating damage. And then lastly, we have 402 Pasadena Court. This is built in 1927. It's a multi-story residence, and significance is the same as the previous one where we had Virgil Westbrook as the architect. This one is relatively larger than the other properties, so we do see a larger work plan with 30 improvements. One notable improvement for this property is the requirement to address site drainage and repair of a large retaining wall with evident cracking. So staff is recommending that the City Council approve all 5 Mills Act contracts, and this concludes my presentation, and we have staff and the applicants available for any questions.
All right. Is there, do you want to take public comments? Or first we'll take the applicants if they, I guess, are entitled to time if they want to come up.
Don't have speaker cards.
Okay,
from
then
any
we'll
of the
move on.
applicants, So we can move on. Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Larry Culbertson.
Amanda?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I think Larry's going to go in front of me.
Hey, Larry. I made it. Slow but sure. My name's Larry Culbertson, resident. What? Oh, okay, I got it. I visited all 5 of these properties. I've studied the staff report, spoken with all of the owners. I support the agreements with all of them except for 402 Pasadena Court. The HPPA agreement for the 402 Pasadena Court is for only one lot. It does not include 404 Pasadena Court. But the city has always considered 404 and 402 to be one historic property. The house is on 402 and the garden is on 404. The property is known as Seacliff Villas. It is one of the most important historic resources on the city's list of 203 designated historic resources. Seacliff Villas is important because one, it is one of our last grand garden villas, like Casa Romanica and Casa Pacifica. Two, it was designed by Virgil Westbrook, who was Ole Hansen's primary architect. Three, it has been deemed eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. And four, it still has its huge 9,000 square foot historic garden. The Planning Commission recently approved a project that would allow the replacement of the historic garden on the 404 lot with a hotel and restaurant. That would be a travesty, and I hope that the Coastal Commission does not grant approval. Whether you approve of the hotel restaurant project or not, it seems premature, if not inappropriate, to enter into this HPPA agreement when we do not know exactly what will be on either of the two properties in the near future. The Coastal Commission may approve the project with modifications that would clash with what the Planning Commission approved. The Coastal Commission may deny the project. The applicant may decide not to build. Exhibit D on page 89, the historic property improvements to be completed, number 23, would give the applicant 5 years of permission to do nothing to the historic garden. That means 5 more years of weeds and the dangerous retaining wall that's leaning toward Avenida Victoria. That's not safe for the public. There are some important questions here. If the applicant came to the city to get an HPPA and there were no proposed hotel or restaurant project, would the city grant Mills Act protection to just the garden and not the house? Or to the house and not the garden? I don't think so. Furthermore, would you allow a rehabilitation of the entire property without requiring the barren soil to be returned to garden? I don't think so. So please hold off entering into this agreement until we know exactly what is going to be on the property and what we're going to get in return for the $16,000 that the taxpayers will be losing each year. Thank you.
Amanda Quintana, thank you.
So glad Larry spoke before me. I'm very concerned about 402 Pasadena Court as well as 404 Pasadena Court because there are plans for a hotel or motel on this property, and it's going to change the look of that, or potentially through the California Coast Commission, their approvals. So I think this is premature. I'm glad that city staff presented those other properties that already had their changes, their modifications already done. However, in this property, it hasn't been done. We need to really take that in, hopefully the city council will take that into consideration. This has gone through the planning commission, and still there's some concerns regarding coastal commission approvals. So I hope that the city council will hold off on approving this property at 402 Pasadena Court under the Mills Act program. Because of the plans for the construction of a hotel motel, construction of a parking lot that will be underneath 404 Pasadena Court, which actually would be where the landscaped area is. So that's going to be changing the whole look of that that property. So I hope that you will hold off on that. But thank you so much for your time.
I've not heard from any of the applicants. Your mic.
Yeah, hold on. We're going to close the public comments if there's no questions of staff. Do you have a question? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, since your microphone wasn't on, could you please repeat the call for the applicants to
Okay.
make any rebuttal statements?
If there is any applicants that want time for rebuttal to the public comments, you're entitled to that. And, all right, do we have, okay. All right, you're given 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Larry Dunwald. I'm the owner with my wife of 402 Pasadena Court. We've been at this for 4 years. and we are trying to improve San Clemente, improve this property, take care of this property. We bought it with we bought it and nothing in the home worked. Nothing, no appliances, nothing. And it still is a rotting, moldy, terrible place to live. But we're doing this not only for ourselves, but for this community. And so it really is hard to listen to someone try and tear it down when we're going to have to put millions and millions of dollars back into this community. And we're doing it out of our own free will. And I'm not sure why anymore, because it's been going on for 4 years we moved into the house because we thought we would be in part of a neighborhood, and that hasn't happened. We're still living there. We got a permit. We were going to start work, but I wasn't going to do the work until I got the approvals and the permissions of the city, the process, everything. We're here to follow the rules, do what's necessary to improve this project. It is one of the best properties in San Clemente, but right now it is not. But it can be. It can be. And so we just ask for your grace, look at what we're trying to do, and believe that we are going to move through with this project. It's at Coastal right now. I hope they don't disapprove it. And we're still a long way away. But I'm a business owner, been in San Clemente for 26 years, still work every day across the street, and still driving and working hard to make not only my employees happy, San Clemente happy, but my family happy. So I just would appreciate your consideration in this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask the applicant a question?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I'm just curious, because I know the project, there was a project that was approved there for 9, I think, units, and you're the owner, are you still, just out of curiosity, are you still planning, if, coastal commissions is allowable and things go well, are you still planning to do that project?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's no doubt.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Yeah, and thank you for your testimony. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
All right, before we close the public hearing, you have questions, yes?
So, David, can you tell the council, how does it work for the proposed hotel project? How does it affect 402? Is it going to change the 402 if it's implemented?
As far as the Mills Act?
I'll answer that first question. As far as the project that was approved, it includes preservation/restoration items for the existing building. So as far as how that project affects it, we do have some items that are consistent with this 10-year work plan in the contract as well.
If the hotel project is going to proceed, would it change the work that needs to be done on 402 in your proposed list of work?
No, it will not. The project scope for the 402 lot where the building is and this contract work plan, the 10-year work plan, are consistent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Real quick, so I'm not that familiar with the Mills Act. I'm only familiar with it as a residential. When it turns into a commercial project, does it change the Mills Act component at all?
It will, because right now it's a residential property, so it's under a certain tax rate, and it is an income-based method when it comes to a Mills Act tax deduction. Since it'll be commercial, the assessors will look at the actual income being generated.
And is that, if you know, when does that kick in? Is it when they start construction, or is it when they finish construction? Is it still considered a residential property even when they're gutting it and working on it?
I'm not sure of that exact technicality there. Yeah.
All right, is there any other questions? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. and we're going to vote on agenda item 8A. I will move agenda item,
All 5 items?
all 5 items. We don't have to list them separately, do we?
It's your pleasure, but you can move staff recommendation altogether, yes?
Yes, I'm going to move staff recommendation.
Second?
All right.
Carries 5-0.
All right, next item on the agenda.
Next item on the agenda is annual and 5-year reports concerning the Mitigation Fee Act. And we have Finance Manager Jake Rahn here to present.
You getting overtime?
This is volunteer.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jake Rahn. I'm the finance manager. Basically, before you tonight is a public hearing to consider the City of San Clemente's annual report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024.
We're going to open up the public hearing, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you're getting ahead of yourself. Let's open up the public hearing. Go ahead.
All right. Again, it's the public hearing to consider the City of San Clemente's annual report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024, and the 5-year report for the period ending June 30th, 2024 concerning mitigation fees. Before you is a report that's in compliance with government code and covers the annual and 5-year noticing required. Basically, it is primarily a public hearing and a receive and file report. All the information is listed in the attachments to the report, and it covers various things like amounts collected, interest, projects, and various uses during the period. Basically, staff's recommendation is that the City Council adopt resolution number 24-197, which approves, receives, and files the annual and 5-year reports concerning the Mitigation Fee Act ending June 30th, 2024. And staff is available for any questions that might be on the report, but it's primarily a state compliance requirement that's required to be done annually and every 5 years.
Is there any public comment?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay, no public hearing, no public comment. Is there,
I'll make a.
well, we have to close the public hearing. Public hearing's closed.
All right, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 24-197.
Second?
All right. Did you do it electronically?
Yeah.
Steve, I jumped in the second before
No,
you.
that's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
That's all right. That's
Your fingers are slow.
Motion by
fast.
Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer, second by Councilmember Loeffler. And we will go ahead and start the vote.
I'm gonna see if I can beat you guys.
Carries 5-0.
All right,
That's on the table.
next item.
Next item on the agenda is a consideration of a resolution to approve a substantial amendment to the 2024-25 Annual Action Plan for Expenditures of Community Development Block Grants. And we have Community Development Director Atamian here to present.
All right. You're not leaving us, are you? Okay.
This is a public
hearing, however.
We're going to open up the public hearing. There we go.
Thank you, Mayor Cabral. Adam Tamian, Community Development Director. This item before you is what is called a substantial amendment to our annual action plan for 24-25. However, the change actually requested is rather small. So at the April 16th, 2024 City Council meeting, the City Council accepted $317,551 in CDBG funds. These funds are provided through the mechanism of the city's consolidated plan that we submit to HUD on a 5-year basis to allow for the city to receive community development block grant funds. Those funds are required to be used for specific purposes, such as public improvements, housing and commercial rehabilitation, public services, and some program administration. After the close of the last year CDBG program, annual action plan, there were some additional uncommitted funds that were identified and there is a new project that these funds are capable of supporting, identified by the city, which is to address physical accessibility barriers at the San Clemente Community Center's restrooms for persons with limited mobility and other physical disabilities in order to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. So the request before you is to approve a resolution to allow for the substantial amendment to our annual action plan. All the legal prerequisites have been accomplished for this, and I will end my presentation with that, and I'm available for any questions.
So essentially, the money's going to be spent for the bathroom update and the community center.
Yes, it
That's the
will.
bottom line. All right. Is there,
So it talks about community center restroom upgrades, and it talks about Maxburg Park improvements. That's going to be phase 2.
The Maxburg Park program, that is already a project that's underway. It's in, there's some historical.
Is that the fountain
It's
thing?
a fountain
Okay.
project, yeah. That's already underway.
all right, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, do we have any questions by the members of the city council? No? All right, then I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to, anyone want to make the motion to
I'll
approve?
move we adopt Resolution 24-198.
I did it.
Second. I think Cabral actually.
My screen's not coming up.
I did it first.
I've got, it's not, my screen's not coming up.
They're back at the
You have to be fast, that's what I said. I
We
gave
have
you a
a-
warning.
We have a motion by Victor Cabral, second by Councilmember Wu. And,
There you got it.
Nicely done.
and
All right.
I'll be able to vote now.
I'm sorry, I won't do that. I won't beat you next time.
That
Steve.
carries 5-0. All right, moving on from public hearings, the next item on the agenda is under unfinished business. Update on capital projects identified as priorities by members of the city council. And we have a presentation by City Manager Hall.
Actually, before we get started, would the council be amenable to moving this item to after, right before the consent calendar, so after 10C, just because I believe we have some people out there.
Do you have your mic on? Yeah.
Sorry. Would the council be amenable to moving item 9A to after 10C? Just because I believe we have some people here for those items instead.
We have people that want,
I don't know that there are a lot of people here who are,
on 10C?
We have 8 speaker cards on 10C.
yeah.
That's some people.
yeah.
I would be fine
Yeah.
with that.
So you want to move 10C up, is what I'm hearing?
And I should note that we have
Or
one
you
speaker
trying-
card for 9A.
Postpone it till after 10C.
Yeah, just postpone item 9A until after 10C. I think we can get through 10A and 10B
Fine with me.
fast enough.
Yeah,
so.
Any, without objection, we will do that. And we'll come back to,
Okay. Moving on to item 10A under new business, use of the title of mayor once that term has ended. And we have a report by the city manager on this item.
Mayor and Council, I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, but at your last meeting, the city council asked us to research whether or not it was appropriate to continue to use the title of mayor after the term of the mayor had ended. We were able to identify that on almost every instance that we found, it would be inappropriate to continue to use the title of mayor. There's only one mayor and one mayor pro tem of the city at any one time, and it's only appropriate for the mayor and the mayor pro tem to hold those titles. What we did find is that there are other ways to refer to previous mayors, such as the honorable so-and-so, or perhaps former mayor so-and-so, but that it would be inappropriate for the city to officially recognize any more than one mayor at a time. So I don't know if there's any questions of staff. There may be additional comments or questions by the city council, and I'm available to answer any of those questions.
We do not have any speaker
all
cards
right.
on this item.
This was an item that was put
Yeah,
on.
I brought that up, so let me begin the conversation. My concern is in the election process, elections are emotional, and people try to get every advantage they can in order to win. And we had a situation this last year where our former mayor continued campaign for state assembly, as we all know, using the reference to mayor. And he was asked in the meeting if he was doing that, and he said no, and on his website he was indeed. And I guess my concern is the appearance that we give to the community. Many of our organizations, like the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Authority, have policies that say that when you're conducting official business, it's okay to wear the emblem or the emblements, the insignia of the organization conducting official business. But when you're not conducting official business, like campaigning, which is not official business, you should cease to do that. And there's sanctions in place for that. It sounds political, but I think it's important that we protect the integrity of the office. This last year, for example, we had our entire council budget was usurped by a mayor. I think it was last year's 4th of July. All of the tickets valued at $150 a piece, I believe, 10 tickets for the council members and their spouses, were all taken by a mayor with the authority of the mayor, to the detriment of the other council members, and then additional tickets as well with the authority of the mayor, and then the use of the mayor. So I just think we should discuss as a policy if we should have any criteria, policy, I don't know if we need to go as far as an ordinance, but some sort of a policy to say, you know, when we have to conduct our official business, we're representing the city, but we're on our own time, when we're campaigning, when we're seeking higher office, we don't usurp a title, an authority that we don't properly own. In the military service, it's called stolen valor, and it's inappropriate. There's some specific criminal statutes on that point. And in this case, I would maybe call it stolen honor, if you would not valor, but honor. So I just wanted to see if there was if this council had an appetite to review the situation and have any sort of an internal policy to prevent any of us in the future or any other person who's been an officer of the city from using that honor as a stepping stone to higher office or other activities. So those are my thoughts.
Mr. Wu? Sure. I make some comments. People do those things all the time. But considering that the former mayor Duncan served the city for 4 years, with that grand scheme, this is relatively a minor issue. It's regretful that he did that. But there are other council members who did much worse things. You mentioned a stolen valor. The city did not have a ethics code at the time. They did away with it and let the FPPC, district attorney, and attorney general to enforce any potential violation. So the city doesn't really have anything that we can do to enforce that. So unless you want to bring back a ethics code, which I won't oppose, I don't think we're here to make a resolution just for this small infraction, if you will.
Rick?
Yeah, and while using that title during a campaign with anybody, there is no statute or law that was broken, right? We're talking about it's confusing, and I guess it could be. I have no problem with a policy. If you want to make a policy that while you're on council, that in the future, if you're not the mayor, that you should say former mayor. I have no problem with that. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that going forward. If there's an appetite for doing that, that's fine. But I mean, we can't address the past. What happens in the past, and there was no laws broken. So I think the situation going forward, if you think that would clarify things, I think that's fine.
Mark?
Yeah, I mean, my only thing to say for this would that be on top of doing this for a mayorship, that when city council members go to speak at public forums and, for instance, a COSD trustee meeting, that we not use our title of council member before making a comment. That, in a similar regard, it speaks for the entire council when we do such a thing, or if we do such a thing, for instance, in a public prayer meeting of sorts, that again, we be careful when we use our titles, if we are doing this as an official act, or are we doing this as a person who happens to be a council member? So just to be aware, like, again, this could go into the policy that we use, but if we're going to have clarification on mayor, then maybe we need clarification on council members as well in our titles.
Can I just ask you a quick question, using your example? Say somebody was going down to the school board to speak on any issue, and would it be appropriate if you said, so-and-so, city council member of San Clemente, I'm not speaking as a council member, I'm speaking as a resident? Would
That would be fine, but to go forth and say, I'm a council member, and then to speak, it makes an assumption that they are speaking on behalf of the council.
So a disclaimer would be
A
okay?
disclaimer would be absolutely appropriate.
Okay.
All right. You know, this whole issue came up with, hopefully not with me, because I plan to continue using the mayor's. No, I'm not. No, I'll strike that from the record. No, you know, but it was an issue because, you know, I would go to several events and I would introduce myself as the mayor, and they said, well, we just met the mayor. He's over here. He told me he was the mayor. It is confusing. I looked on his website. He still has the title Mayor of San Clemente on the website. And we've asked him, I think the first time this came around, we said, please take it down. And I think we were polite and said, don't use the title. And we had a discussion about this, and we asked him not to use it. And he agreed. Well, he actually said he wasn't using it, but he continued to use it. So I don't know where that leaves us. I would just say, if you look on the X, you know, he's still using the title, Mayor of San Clemente.
And the comments that have been made are accurate. No law was broken, but it's a question of appropriateness. And the fire authority, for example, says we have a policy that if you're in our organization, you can't do these things. If you do, you're subject to censure, you're subject to forfeiture of your reimbursement expenses. So I think whether we're a mayor, councilman, or pro tem, if we are saying we're something when we're not, that's inappropriate. To say at a public meeting, I happen to be an elected official, I'm not speaking on behalf of the council, I think that's proper protocol. But you're not saying, I seek advantage, I seek gain, I seek votes, I seek power for saying I'm something I'm not. That's inappropriate. And, you know, the integrity of the office is important, the integrity of the council is important, and I just think perhaps a simple policy, simply saying, don't use a position that you're not entitled to, either in the public or seeking future office. And if you do, you're subject to recognition, negative recognition, a censure for having done something that's inappropriate, and potentially the forfeiture of your either reimbursement allowance or the small stipend that we get for our service, to make it an incentive for someone not to do that.
But the only question I would have is, you know, if it was a mayor 3 terms passed, 4 terms passed, what do you do? They receive no.
Well, you know, you can say I'm a former mayor. Wayne Eggleston, our beloved former mayor, uses the title Mayor Emeritus. And
but I mean, if they start using the title mayor.
Depends on what you're doing. You know, if you're in a coffee shop and you say I'm the mayor and you're not, you know, but if you're running for office telling 100, 200, 300,000 citizens I'm the mayor of this town when you're not, that's a problem to me.
Yeah. All right.
So I guess my suggestion, Mr. Mayor, is that we craft a simple policy simply saying that no council member, mayor, or mayor pro tem should ascribe to themselves an office that they do not hold. And if they do, they're subject to public censure or forfeiture of their reimbursement allowance, which we just approved last month, I think.
Do you want staff to come up with that, or is that the language you're?
Well, that's pretty, as simple as possible. I don't think we need to get real complex here.
And I don't think there's any problem with adding what Mark was alluding to. If you're speaking at a non-city, as a non-city person, and you
At a public
identify
event.
yourself as a councilor, that you would admonish or do the disclosure that I'm not speaking for the city council of San Clemente, I'm speaking as a private citizen. Could we throw something like that?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, I'm good.
Mayor
Well,
Cabral, we did receive one speaker card. Would you like to hear it?
I would love to.
Tony Rubelino?
All right, I like the direction of the conversation. I really appreciate that this got enough support to request city staff time. This is Councilman, I guess if you want to refer to him as Assemblyman, because he used the mayor title. And again, that had no weight to his role. So equally, Assemblyman has no weight to Duncan's title. But this is his legacy. This is why we're sitting here talking about this. So I disagree with Councilman Wu's opinion that this is a minor issue. He was running for an assembly position, and for the better part of the year during his campaigning that he used that title, there were several YouTube-based interviews that were done. One of them, the moderator introduced Duncan as the mayor. Duncan did not correct them, said yes, so acknowledging that the moderator was correct. And the actual ticker on the YouTube channel said Mayor Duncan. This was during this current cycle's election, and we had to have an intrepid member of the public who found the error reach out to that TV station and have them correct, because Duncan did not initiate that correction. They then had to go back to their channel and redo the ticker so that it said council member and not mayor. So when you have, a lot of us are obviously, we're here, we're in the know with the city council operation and the business and things like that. We're well-informed members of the public, but there are a lot of people who are not well-informed, and they just wait for those mailers, those endorsement papers to come over, and they make their decision who to vote for based off of that. So it is critical in an election where there are, at this cycle, there was a difference, I think, at the end, about 4,000 votes or so. That was the difference between Duncan or Davies. That use of the title incorrectly can sway the public. So I appreciate that this conversation is happening. I did send an email to some of you, and I think this kind of goes in the same cusp of the discussion, that there were several photos of Duncan that he posted on his website, on his Facebook page. The timer's not going. Oh, it's up there. Where he had his name tag on as he was out at various campaign events for healthcare workers and all sorts of other things. So if it's got the city seal on it, I think that's worthy of discussion, that if the city seal is on there and you are acting as a representative of the city, that other people in the public might feel that you have full endorsement of the city and its governance, that when you're out at these events that are non-city related, that requires some clarification so that can't happen if it's not supposed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we do have one more speaker card. Amanda Quintanilla?
Well, then you have two more, don't you? Yeah, Ruth also.
Sure.
I don't have one for you on 10A, Ruth.
Oh, well, she'll submit one right now.
Uh-oh. No speaker card. No speaker card.
Arrest me. I meant 10A. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, yes. This has been a concern for quite some time, and I'm glad Mayor Noblock mentioned censure, because we had a censure of Mayor Pro Tem Laura Ferguson at the time, and there was no policy for doing that. So I think that if this goes forward, I think we need to have a policy for censure and what that entails and what that includes. And earlier today in oral communications, they mentioned Zen Wu, as a candidate, filed for a writ of mandate. And a candidate wrote down educator on her, a couple of things, a couple documents for the ballot designation, and then her candidate statement. And there was concerns regarding the use of educator. So this, again, goes to voter integrity. And, he was, Mayor Duncan was, Chris Duncan was using, Councilmember Duncan was using the mayor role for a lot of things, like Mr. Rubelino had mentioned, but he was using it for going to picket lines, and he was using his, badge there. And this is really, it goes to voter integrity. I think that a lot of people were confused of who was mayor, as Mayor Victor Cabral had mentioned, who's mayor this time, and we have two mayors. And that really is a problem in the community for transparency. And so I hope that that there is a proposal for a city ordinance, a city policy, and to uphold that, and also one for censure, because if that is going to be a deterrent that a city council member is going to be censured, that there should be a policy there as well, and then take in consideration about also legal fees involving that as well, because in that case, then that city council member has a right to legal counsel. So that brings up other issues, but I hope that you will address this in the best way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And concerned resident.
I apologize for putting B instead of A. Amanda just addressed what I was concerned about. Councilmember Wu, you've taken so much harassment and abuse over your right to clarify a fellow candidate's misrepresentation on their documents. To me, this is no different. You can't use a title or you can't use an occupation that isn't true. And I am so sorry for what you have been put through. And I don't know what you got, but you deserve to keep it. Thank you.
All right. So do you want to make your?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we adopt a council policy that prohibits the misuse, misrepresentation of our position as council member, mayor pro tem, or mayor in a venue where we're not conducting city business. And that the sanction for doing so, if it becomes clear and unambiguous, that we have that this conduct be subject to a censure or the forfeiture of our reimbursement fund.
And could we, to Mr. Rubelino's point, also disclosure if we're speaking someplace, but also if you're not on city business, you shouldn't be wearing the city seal, a name badge,
Exactly.
a jacket, or anything like that.
That's precisely the policy of the fire authority with their insignia.
I think we could include that. I don't think this council is going to have any problem violating that, but I think having a policy is good to send a message.
So this seemed.
Is that a friendly amendment?
It's a friendly
request
amendment, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
By
add the-
Councilmember Loeffler, and is that accepted
Yes, it is.
by Mayor Noblock?
And I'll second it with that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I also add another friendly, can I also add another friendly amendment that we include in there that council members, when they are in non-city public speaking forums, disclose that they are not speaking on behalf of the city?
Yeah, I think I said that before. I think that was part of the
That's part of your friendly
original.
amendment? Okay,
Yeah.
great.
So for me, the question is, do you want to get a draft done, or do you want to do it right now with the language? Because
Well, as the
may not
city,
be-
I didn't write all that language down. Did the city attorney write that down by chance?
The city clerk will write it down, but that is the question, if you'd like to adopt it right now, or if you want to direct staff to
I
come
think
back
there-
with the policy.
You have.
You want to see some language before
It'd
we
be
adopt it?
nice, and you could
Okay.
work on it too.
Okay,
That
let's
way-
agendize after the next meeting, have a brief report on the language that we've discussed, and we'll
you'll-
consider the final language.
You'll bring back something that we can pass?
Yes, the city clerk will draft the language and bring that back on the agenda.
Well, I'll still second that.
I have a substitute motion, if you will. I think we need to look at bringing back the ethics code. The city did away with that in 2017 or maybe 2018. And one of the reasons is that updating that code requires $20,000 cost. Much of that has been covered by PPC, district attorney, and attorney general. But in this instance, that's not covered by anything. We can still make a ethics code covering those things that's not covered by existing regulations by the state and federal agencies. I think for the
So what's your substitute motion?
I would like to see this, the staff bring back a new ethics code for the public officials.
We do have an ethics code incorporated in the fair political practices, and there's a lot of state, county, federal codes that govern our ethics, and I don't know that anything that our city would do would be more, maybe duplicative, particularly if it's going to cost $20,000.
That's possible, but this time it's a misuse of a title. Next time it will be another issue.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have
I
no
can
problem.
support the current one.
Sure, I have no problem readdressing our ethics code at some point. I'd like to bifurcate this particular issue so we can move it
Sure,
forward, if that's,
Yes.
but I like your idea.
I mean, 20,000 is a small price. I'm willing to support pay.
So just to clarify the motion, the substitute motion from Councilmember Wu, is that for staff to bring back an ethics code that it codifies the policy that's been talked about, or that does
I
something
will
different?
withdraw that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So let's
Call
call the question on your,
Yes, I'll make that motion.
make the motion.
No, I already seconded it, so,
How'd you get there so fast?
there you go, because I seconded it already.
All right. We're already voting? All right. All right, all right, here we go.
And that carries 5-0.
All right.
Okay.
Next item on
Next
the agenda.
item, introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending section 10.62.020A4 of the San Clemente Municipal Code to include passenger age restrictions for electric bicycles and other forms of electric transportation, and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. And you do have a revised ordinance number 1787 at the dais. There's also a copy of it in the back of the room. And we have Community Development Director Atamian here to present.
Did we, the item we skipped over, were we going back to that, or were we putting that at the end?
We are going back to that after council discusses item 10C. We'll go
Okay.
back to 9A before we get to the consent calendar.
All right.
Wait, so what item are you on now?
10B.
10B.
Okay, got it.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. This item is a slight amendment to an ordinance that the council adopted, or I should say introduced at the August 20th meeting and then adopted on September 3rd of this year, relating to e-bike regulations. There was a slight an inadvertent omission in one of the regulations discussing the carrying of passengers on electric bicycles and other related vehicles. The proposed amendment before you simply adds the requirements that would prohibit passengers on electric bikes and other forms of electric transportation unless the operator is either 16 years of age and possesses a valid driver's license, or the operator is 18 years of age. In some of our discussions amongst staff, there was a question about the definition of seat, which is germane to these passenger regulations. The proposed language is that for passenger restrictions, that passengers be seated upon a seat attached to the vehicle in a safe manner, and the operator meets those minimum age requirements. In looking at this, it was determined that there might be a need for a definition of the term seat. On the screen before you and in the amended or a proposed ordinance that has been provided to the council and is also available at the back of the room, staff has inserted this definition within the appropriate section of this chapter. This definition is the most, I'll say, restrictive definition of the term seat. It essentially means a device that is manufactured, designed, and factory installed upon a vehicle for the purpose of providing support for an operator or rider in a sitting position, which includes foot support. And then it goes on to say when transporting passengers, this term means the same thing, but essentially so that it provides a separate point of seated contact for each rider on the vehicle as well. When I said that this is the most restrictive definition, there's a few things with that. One is most e-bike ordinances do not include an actual definition of the term seat. We do find in San Clemente that there is often a need for definitions so that there is absolute clarity in what is being required. In this case, though, the seat would be something that comes with the bike, that is installed by the factory that produces the bike. And there are certain types of seats, such as the ones that carry very small children, which are aftermarket seats and are often installed by a parent after the bicycle is purchased. So there's an option here to revise this, but I wanted to start with the most restrictive approach and dial that back rather than providing a less concrete definition and trying to dial it down a little bit. So one option would be, instead of saying factory installed on a vehicle, it could be appropriately installed on a vehicle, and then that would give the discretion up to the deputies that enforce this code to determine whether the seat has been appropriately installed or not. One thing for the council's consideration is, in state law, there is a California Vehicle Code section 21204 that, while it doesn't it's not really a definition of a seat, it does provide a little bit of guidance for deputies. And it essentially says that a person operating a bicycle upon a highway shall not ride other than upon or astride a permanent and regular seat attached thereto, unless the bicycle was designed by the manufacturer to be ridden without a seat. It also talks about passengers, and that the passengers shall be upon a separate seat attached thereto to the vehicle. So the deputies do have experience making these determinations in the field, so to speak. So I can wrap up my presentation with that and just let the council give staff direction on whether they would like to see this definition also included, and if so, to what level of specificity between factory installed or appropriately installed language they'd like to see.
You want to kick it off?
Yeah,
We have
any comment cards?
We do not have any
All right,
comments.
go ahead.
Yeah, I like factory installed, because like something like that, slash appropriately is installed, just slash appropriately installed, and add that, because you can't get aftermarket that are appropriately installed for a passenger. And I like leaving the foot support, foot pegs on there is good. So I would just add those two words after a slash.
Sounds great to me.
So you would include and
Just factory installed slash appropriately installed. So you have the discretion, and I think it'll be fairly obvious to any deputy or that's stopping somebody.
Is that a motion?
I'll make that motion that we adopt the first reading of this ordinance with the added language slash appropriately installed.
I just want to comment really quickly that this is all to make sure that our e-bike riders are safe out there, that we are regulating this in order that they don't get hurt.
I'll second that motion. Do we need to read the language of the ordinance, Madam Clerk?
We were still in this.
Oh, we had a motion and a second, but
Did you, anything to add, or?
No,
Okay, all right. My comments are, I understand that we want to do whatever we can to protect these youth, and if one of these youth got injured because they were on a seat that wasn't properly installed, or there was two passengers. But I am concerned that we think that we can regulate everything, every action in this city, including, and probably the action, I don't know if the sheriffs will even enforce it. They may or they may not, I don't know. It depends on the circumstances. I know their policy, as I understand it, is not to pursue young people. We identify an age. You know, how do you tell when someone's riding on the street whether they're 16 or 18 or whether they have a license? And I know we're all trying to do the right thing, but I would just hope that in the future, we would stop and think whether or not we can regulate everything in this world to protect people, even though that's what we want to do.
I would just add to this, it's obviously not every single bicyclist is going to get pulled over on this. And just like not every single car goes, above 65 miles per hour gets pulled over on the freeway. This, though, gives a reason, especially for parents, to tell their children, hey, this is against the law. Don't put your kids on a handlebar when you're riding at 25 miles per hour on an e-bike with, just a helmet. This gives just an added bit of encouragement to those parents to say, this is how you can be safe.
I do agree with you. Ultimately, it's going to be the parents that control what happens. I don't think it's going to be the sheriff, but I guess we're all trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, and just a question, Adam, we talked about this Public Safety Committee years ago. I don't know if it was ever implemented. Didn't we talk about having something at point of sale in town where we had our ordinances that when a business sells an e-bike that they actually give them that?
Yes, and that is included in the ordinance that was adopted recently by council. Just to, Section 1062.040, enforcement and penalties. Item B is that regulations are provided upon retail sale or rental of an electric bicycle. So every store selling or renting e-bikes in town needs to provide a copy of the ordinance.
So, and this will be added to that, and they will get copies of it. So that's the thing. You're right. It's all about compliance. That's 99% of it. So at least the parents or whoever buys a bike or rent one will see that that's our ordinance. And I think that will.
No, I see your point completely. I favor education more than trying to pull somebody over. That's the other thing. What happens if, an officer sees someone that's doing this and attempts to pull them over and they have a crash? That's the flip side of the danger. I think in the end, we're all trying to do the right thing, and hopefully we'll get there. Someone want to call the question?
We
Or
have
are we-
a motion on the table by
We have a motion, right?
Councilmember Leffler with it.
Rick made the motion. Did you second?
Second by Mayor.
So
No block, so we can go ahead and start the voting. And that was to introduce ordinance number 1787, just for clarification. Exactly, with the
Change the
change, factory installed and/or appropriately installed.
Yes.
And that carries 5-0.
All right.
All right, moving on to item 10C, consideration of amending pickleball and tennis court operations at San Gorgonio Park and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And we have Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director Wiley here to present.
All right. Go ahead.
All right, happy holidays, Mayor and Council. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director. So this item this evening is returning to Council at Council's request. It is in consideration of specifically looking at the operating hours at San Gorgonio Park for both pickleball and the tennis court facility. The staff report really summarizes the intent of this item, but I do want to highlight a couple of important features and points within the report, just based on feedback and some questions we've received. So there is data that's placed inside of the report. That is from our Placer AI software. That data is, it's kind of geocaching. It's looking specifically at users within those areas. When staff pulled the data, we looked at the pickleball courts aside from the tennis courts. So there were two separate locations that were analyzed, and that's where the data for the pickleball numbers came, and then the tennis court users came as well. I want to note, though, that that software does not have the ability to differentiate, who is a pickleball player versus who is a tennis player versus who is maybe skateboarding or playing basketball. The users are not identified within those numbers. So those are our best estimates. Tonight, Council has a couple of options as well. We can, number one, elect to make no change. Council could choose to close all of the courts. Council could also choose to look at specifically addressing a change in the tennis court hours or the pickleball court hours, or you could do them separately, you could do them jointly. Right now, both facilities operate Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Council's direction. So this is the opportunity to look at those hours and the overall usage of those courts as we continue forward. I know that there's been some conversation about, could you go earlier in the day? Certainly, the park's open at 6 a.m., but based on the feedback from prior usage, Council wanted to slip that to 9 a.m. That felt like a reasonable time to start. Right now, we're getting dark at around 5 p.m., so there's not a whole lot of folks coming out to the park at that time anyways, but you could similarly look at seasonal usage as well, if this is the will of the council. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions if there are any, or if you guys need any other information, I'm happy to share that as well.
All right. We probably have some public comment, right?
We do have public comments.
You can do it either way. You want to ask your question? Yeah.
Okay.
You might get your question asked.
Hopefully I will.
We have several speakers, so I'll call the first few. Denise Manock, followed by Kevin Manock, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Susan Ambrose.
Good evening, Council. How you doing? I've been here before. I've stood before you. I've come to you with complaints. I've come to you with data showing you the impact of the balls, the sounds, the noises, everything, the impact it's had on us. Samantha Wiley, I'm going to direct this to you. You're responsible for the CEQA. It's law that requires state and local government agencies to consider the potential environmental impacts of proposed projects. Where is it? You never did this study, nor have I seen it. You guys just went ahead and put pickleball courts in where there was tennis courts. I've been there since 2014. It was a travesty. When was I notified you were going to make these changes to our tennis courts? Never. Did you provide us the public with the opportunity to provide input on the matter? No, you did not. By law, you're required to do so, and you did not. Instead, you and council have allowed unlawful activity for over 5 years to take place at San Gorgonio Park with a residential area right across the street. I live right across the street from those pickleball courts. By law, governed by the state, we as homeowners and renters are entitled to the Quiet Enjoyment Covenant, California Civil Code 1927. It is to renters, but it does apply to homeowners as well. It ensures tenants, homeowners, the right to peacefully enjoy their homes, living space without experiencing disruptions caused by tenants or external factors. Pickleball, noises that are continual. It's unlawful. California Civil Code 3479 defines a nuisance as anything that is harmful to health, offensive, and inherent to the senses, obstructs the free use of property, unlawfully obstructs the free use of a public park. Nuisance can be public or private. Public nuisance affects the neighborhood, which it has, and you guys know that. We've been up here fighting for 5 years for our peace in our neighborhood that you are not allowing. Property owners have the right to take measures to address nuisance issues. We have tried for 5 years. Civil Code 3479 also includes anything injurious to health, such as things that are indecent or offensive to the senses, or an obstruction of free use of property so as to interfere with the comfortable enjoyment of life and property. We can no longer enjoy our pool that sits right there and faces the pickleball courts that you're allowing. My husband and I used to go out there an hour a day and get our vitamin D. We are now vitamin D deficient because we do not go out there and even enjoy our pool because of the noise, and it is in medical records. My husband has stage 4 cancer, and I'm saying this with his permission, diagnosed in 2021. You are impeding on his quality of life he has remaining and have the years prior and present.
Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you.
You don't give us enough time. You give somebody else 5 minutes to speak and you give us this much time. I have plenty more to say.
Kevin Manick, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Susan Ambrose.
You can continue here and continue there and flip the page.
Good evening. This is not a numbers game or patient signing signatures. This is real life. This is what you have robbed us of for over 5 years. You took our tax dollars justifying spending $1.2 million on 8 courts erected at Steed Park by promising these courts would be shut down permanently a year ago, stating pickleball had no place in residential area. And us residents have been through enough, yet 1 year later, we're here. Shorecliff residents have access to 2 beautiful pickleball courts right down the street at the Beach Club that they pay for yearly. Beach open till 10 p.m. with bathroom access courts and lights. I've provided and have so many others directly affected by the noise. By law, those courts need to close permanently. If not, I will start petition and seek legal action myself. We've been here before. Out of all of you, especially Mark, Steve is the only one that stood by us, the only one that stood by us, and now he's the mayor. It is ridiculous. If all of this was in your backyard, you wouldn't appreciate it. You wouldn't like it at all. Steed Park, you took our tax dollars for a reason, to build that park and to get these people out. It's real simple. As I indicated before, if it was in your own backyard, you wouldn't appreciate it at all. It's noise. Every weekend, people are jumping over the fences, where I personally have had to go over there and call the police to get the police over there so they could actually get the people out from jumping over the fences, which is liability at your end if somebody falls and hurts themselves because they're trying to jump over the fence to play on the weekends. We have very little peace at all. Years ago, I've been to all of these meetings. You promised us that you would close down the courts at San Gorgonio, and then you vacillate. You go back and forth. You're not sure what you're going to do and what you're not going to do. So you need to do something to solve the problem to where, again, we get some peace. Ruth has gone through hoops day in and day out to try to help and protect all the residents in our area. And you guys basically laugh at her and think that it's amusing. As she indicated, she's got a lawsuit with the city. She won the lawsuit with the city, and you guys can't even pay her money. That is pathetic. It's pathetic. So when you talk about integrity, and I've heard that, I've heard about the beach, I've heard about this, I've heard about that, but you guys do nothing. Do nothing. I don't care about the sand. I don't care about anything else because that doesn't affect me. I care about my quality of life. And when I have people that are driving in and out of there and people that are constantly making noise day in and day out, that doesn't help me at all.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Amanda?
It got louder. It did. Amanda, followed by Susan
Yes,
Ambrose.
it did get louder. You know, I've been, a concerned resident asked me to speak regarding the problems at San Gorgonio, and I went up there and saw firsthand the problems that there were from pickleball courts, the noise level, from ADA problems, and no bathroom doors, problems with the jungle gym, and she really addressed all these issues, and I'm really glad that she did. And however, when pickleball courts were at San Luis Rey Park, the city council voted to shut those pickleball courts down. And one of the OCTA mottos is promises made, promises kept. And I think that's something that we, hopefully as a city, can include, because the city council decided to shut the pickleball courts down at San Gorgonio when the pickleball courts at Steed Park were going to be done. And it was $1.2 million of development impact fees. However, that was still money that was put to those pickleball courts. I don't think that it should be extended over the weekend. I think that you need to honor your promise to shut those pickleball courts down at San Gorgonio. People are going to Steed Park, and I think that needs to be continue at Steed Park, but not at San Gorgonio. It's unfortunate the things that have been that the city, that the residents at San Gorgonio Park have gone to go through litigation, through health issues, and they're not able to have any enjoyment of their home and have peace and quiet. And it's amazing to me that this is still continuing after 3 years of me fighting, and other people have been fighting for a lot longer. And I really think that this is time where we need to listen to the residents, listen to us, and that just shut these pickleball courts down on definitely. I think that we've had such great speakers, and they spoke from the heart, and it really goes to show that they've been up here. There was a petition of, I think, over 180 people that signed, and they were not able to come tonight. But however, I think that the best solution is just to close those pickleball courts down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Susan Ambrose, followed by Belinda Hodge, followed by Norina Capadona.
Good evening. My name is Susan Ambrose, a resident of San Clemente for, I don't know, about 38 years. I'm speaking for Olga Resnick, who was unable to attend tonight, and I am reading her letter to you. She's a resident of Via San Gorgonio. At what point pro pickleball lobby will stop terrorizing residents of Gorgonio Street? Last month, we got a break of peace and relative quiet, but doesn't matter how many courts the city gives them, it is never enough. Most of the players don't live in San Clemente, but elsewhere. I couldn't find any city that has a public pickleball courts. Don't confuse with private communities' amenities. I am talking about courts sponsored by cities. Please name location. I want to know, because I couldn't find one. Let me rephrase. No representation without taxation. Council needs to represent the residents and commit to our well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
Belinda Hodge, followed by Norina Capadona, followed by Anita Luck.
Hello, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. My name's Belinda Hodge. I have recently moved to San Clemente. I moved in February. And one of the reasons I chose to live where I do, which is at the very end of San Gorgonio Street on Avenida Vaquero, is because of the park up the road. And when I came to visit the house before I bought, I noticed the noise of, I wouldn't say noise, the joyous sound of kids playing baseball, and I could hear tennis, and I could hear pickleball during the week. And I was absolutely shocked and dismayed to find that those opportunities weren't available on the weekends, specifically pickleball. I'm not a pickleball player, but my son was. He now lives in Northern California. And he used to walk up to San G and play during the week over the summer. And it was just devastating that he couldn't go up and play on the weekend, because it's an incredible facility and it's grossly underutilised as a result. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want our community to be outdoors, and especially our young people, but older people too, enjoying the outdoors and doing something constructive and proactive and physical. And it just devastates me that on the weekend it's completely shut down. And I understand that in the Shore Cliffs community we're lucky enough to have pickleball courts at the beach club, but 2 pickleball courts when you think about the number of people who live there. And it's not just about pickleball, it's about the community that it fosters. Because people go and play and they bring their families and they bring their young ones. My friends are the people who introduced my kids to pickleball, not me. And I am so excited that they've taken that on and that they continue to play. And when they come home to visit me, they can't play there on the weekends. I work 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday. And if I wanted to play pickleball, I'd have to drive miles. Whereas I could walk up the road and play in the community centre, the community area right beside where I live. So my ask is that we recognise what these outdoor spaces can bring to families and to communities. And I think it's a first world problem that we think that hearing people having fun is a problem. And I seriously worry about that when we think about all the issues that we have to deal with, that we believe that enjoying outdoors is a nuisance to others. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Norina Capadona, followed by Anita Luck, followed by Patricia Wines.
Good evening. My name is Norina Capadona. I want to first say thank you for putting this on the agenda. I've been playing pickleball for about 6 years now. And I would like to see the hours extended, not in the mornings, but in the evenings, especially for families that work during the day so they can play in the evenings with their family, and also on the weekends. I think that would be really nice, and not, extended hours. I mean, just shorten it a little bit so we can get a little usage out of it. And the courts are not being used that much. I live about a mile away, and I played today, and there were 4 of us, and there was only one other court going with a singles, a husband and wife playing. And I don't know how they know these people are out of town that are coming to play. I think it's mostly local people when I do see people up there. But it was completely empty, and we played from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. I think we left about 2:30, and there was no one else there when I left. There's no cars in the parking lot. It's very quiet. I mean, it's gone down a lot. I've only been in the evenings maybe a couple of times, and there aren't that many courts going. I mean, it used to be very, very busy there, I have to admit. But, I mean, it's all gone up to Steed Park, so it's not as noisy. And there's only 4 courts. There aren't 8 courts. And it's the beginners playing and the intermediate people that are playing. All the expert and everybody who wants to challenge everybody up at Steed Park. So I think you've accomplished what you wanted to accomplish with Steed Park. So it would be great to get a couple more hours on the weekend. I mean, I'm fine. I found other places, and a lot of people have too. But there's not the cars going in and out. It is like a ghost town there. It really is. And I think we've helped keep some of the riffraff out by occasionally showing up. So I'd really appreciate it if you can keep us playing there. I really love the park. It's a beautiful park. and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anita Luck. After Anita is Patricia Wines, followed by Janet Good.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for putting this item on the agenda. I am also here asking you to extend the hours into the weekend at San Gorgonio Park. Steed Park becomes very busy on the weekend, so it really would help to have a little bit of the offset for San Gorgonio Park. The park has been much quieter for pickleball since you've reduced the amount of courts that are available to play on. And I think everyone has been cognizant of that and have also tried to be quieter at the court. So we really appreciate if you would extend the hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patricia Wines is next, followed by Janet Good, followed by, the speaker card says Pickleball Fun, followed by Donna Vadreen. Patricia?
Hi, my name is Patricia Wines. I live in Shorecliffs. I live about a half a mile from San Gorgonio. I play pickleball, I play tennis. I do not want any pickleball at San Gorgonio, period. I can hear it at my house. It's not the happy noise of people cheering and all that. It is the of the ball that is maddening. We can hear it in our front yard. Going outside our house, we hear it. I'm sorry. So if you live in Shorecliffs, you have the opportunity to go down to our beautiful beach club, which we pay for, and play pickleball by the ocean. It's beautiful. If you don't live in Shorecliffs and you live in other places in San Clemente, you can go up to Steed Park and have a wonderful time. If it's too far for you to go to Steed Park, then drive to Dana Point and go to their public park, which is very close and is not in a residential neighborhood. The problem with the noise is this annoying thing that goes on constantly. I would like the courts closed. I don't care if you ever open the tennis courts there. I haven't enjoyed them for years because of the noise. It's maddening. So that's what I'd like to ask. I'm glad that I don't live across the street. Yes, the traffic is down. It's winter. You know, you can always go to the park and find it empty because you can go when people are eating lunch or they're not, you know, they're working or whatever. So that's just baloney. So I belong to Dana Hills Tennis Club. I belong to Lifetime, which is the club of the rich and famous, I guess. But you can go there and play pickleball for sure. But those pickleball courts will be empty at the same time that tennis courts are empty because they're just not used in the heat of the day. So whether there's more tennis players or more pickleball players is irrelevant to the property owners and the residents that live in the community. Just like in San Luis Rey, you do not want to put pickleball courts so close to residents. It makes it unlivable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Good, followed by, the speaker card says Pickleball Fun, followed by Donna Vadreen.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for having me able to speak to you this evening. I've lived in San Clemente 47 years. I've lived in Shorecliffs for 15 years. The past issues with pickleball was all the speeding cars that were going by. Everybody was in a hurry to get to their matches. The noise was horrendous. And I live one street below San Gorgonio, so I'm right near the courts. The noise was constant. I almost got hit by a car twice when I was crossing over to walk my dog up to the park. So that was scary. And they wanted to build 14 courts there. I think y'all all remember that. And I really appreciate the fact that you decided to move it to Steed Park. It was such a good idea. I do believe that pickleball courts shouldn't be at the park. It's a community park. My grandkids and my kids have played sports there forever, soccer especially. And it's a beautiful park. We love going there. I walk my dog there all the time, but the noise is really bad. And I have this feeling that it's just going to keep getting worse. If you open more hours, then we're going to come and be involved. We're going to have the same problems all over again. So I would appreciate your consideration not extending the hours. And I would even encourage you to close the pickleball courts because there are other options. And it's a beautiful park. It is in a neighborhood though. There's plenty of sports there that everyone enjoys, but we do need an area to walk our dogs in peace or just walk and play, let our kids ride the bikes in peace. So please consider those options. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes. Pickleball fun, followed by Donna Vadrine, followed by Laura McCorvey, followed by Kevin Pa.
Hi there. In the beginning, I think maybe you'd mentioned some tracking about how many people play. I might be off on that, but it's just important to note that all you have is stay-at-home moms or retired people. Nobody that works can be considered in that count due to the restricting hours of the play. This is a sports park, right? There's loud soccer, loud baseball, basketball, dogs barking, kids running around, bikes, skateboarders jumping off, everything. It's kind of the nature of a park, a big park like that too. Kind of like when you buy a house down the street from a school, and then you're going to go and complain about the traffic at the start of school, at the end of school, 7 bells ringing a day, kids dropping litter on the way home. It's kind of what you bought into. So I live very close to San Gorgonio. I don't live in the other community where they have the pickleball courts on the beach. So San Gorgonio is my option. I don't like going out to Steed Park. It's far. Like everybody says, it's very intense players. San Gorgonio is very family orientated. You have generational play there. You have fun, laughing, screaming, and you have the pickleball. It's louder than a tennis ball. Basketball's real loud too. Like the first speaker said, it really is getting crazy when we're complaining about so much fun going on. This is a great place. This is socialization, and it's socialization, a lot of it, what pickleball started out was a lot of injured tennis players. It's older people that don't want to go sit in a bar to meet people. They like to go play pickleball to meet people. There's, this is mind-boggling. It's been incredibly limiting having San Gorgonio closed down. I highly recommend moving the time up to 8 a.m., being respectful and not 6 or 7, but 8 a.m. is a reasonable hour, letting it go until sunset. And Saturday and Sunday is what it's all about. I don't understand. What if we close down soccer and baseball and basketball for Saturday and Sunday? How would that go with the community? This is a sport that is played by people on their time off. The majority of us have time off late afternoons and weekends. I don't know, there seems like the people, I won't get into the personal stuff, but it's a shame people can't find joy and enjoy things. And I know what it is like when things bother you, you're laser focused, you're waiting for that sound. So that's a terrible place to be, and I can understand that, but that should not dampen the entire benefit for this town to be able to enjoy such a wholesome, clean sport with your children and your parents and the rest of your family. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will please extend the days and the hours.
Thank you for your comments. Next
Donna
speaker.
Vadrine, followed by Laura McCorvey, followed by Kevin Pa.
Pickleball courts at San Gorgonio. The neighborhood and homeowners have suffered. PTSD is serious. Speaking as a nurse and veteran of our armed services, respect the residents of District 3 and residents of San Clemente. I'm a pickleball supporter, but not at San Gorgonio. We have built pickleball courts at taxpayer expenses, and they're wonderful courts. We do not need pickleball at San Gorgonio. PTSD can affect a person's ability to work, perform day-to-day activities, or relate to their family and friends. A person with PTSD tries not to think or feel in order to block out painful memories. I have talked to a couple of people that live in the San Gorgonio neighborhood, and they have and are suffering from PTSD. So let's respect the homeowners that live in San Gorgonio. And while I'm this close to Samantha, let me just put in a plug to develop the fields at the Meadows for rugby in San Clemente, a professional team. It'll bring good business and a new sport. Rugby is a wonderful sport. It's good to bring that to San Gorgonio. Thank you. To San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura McCorvey, followed by Kevin Pock, followed by Concerned Resident.
Hello. I came tonight just to hear what was going to be proposed for San Gorgonio because I live there and I started playing pickleball there in 2020. And since it closed, or I thought it did, I live nearby, I just go to Steed now. And that is where I play. I haven't played at San Gorgonio since apparently just the hours. It was confusing. I never knew when it was open or not. So I came to listen, and now I'm kind of feeling really sorry for those homeowners, and not the joy, I mean, soccer, baseball, noise, happy times, dogs barking, that is part of living by a park, and it's all about that. But yeah, that noise would drive me crazy, actually. Would really bother me, come to think of it. And I can totally see where they're coming from and why they would want to close the pickleball down completely and get it back to tennis, which I am an avid tennis player as well, and I miss playing tennis there. And I don't play tennis there because I think that there's pickleball there, so I just get confused on the hours, and I don't even go there. I go to Forester Ranch. So it might I'm a problem solver. Keeping it back to tennis might eliminate, could solve a problem. Tennis players can go there. So Steed is the problem. We need more courts there, and more people can go and play there. And you could really get signage for the intermediate, beginner, novice, advanced, whatever, and separate it. Apparently, there's ideas out there that you'd have some, the existing 8 there, and people still think you're going to build 8 more over in the other direction. You could separate the players to style and desire. No homes, it's a perfect place to play pickleball, but we need lights. That's my plug. It's 5 o'clock and people are not even getting off work, and they can't, we're shut down, we can't see. So we need lights, and I think you talked a lot about promises. I think you promised lights. And I know I've seen you there, Mayor, and I thought we had more courts coming. So we talk a lot about that over at Steed, and that would be hopefully a solution to the problem at San Gorgonio, because that would drive me crazy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, followed by Concerned Resident.
Good evening, City Council. I wanted to come up and address you about San Gorgonio Park. As a supporter of pickleball, I live in Short Cliffs. I'm a couple streets away from San Gorgonio Park. I play there. My wife and I play there 5 days a week. We have many friends that we play with that go there. They're all, kind of semi-retired or, work, and so I just want to support the park. Ask you to keep the hours as they are and add weekends, again, in a limited hour capacity. It's a fantastic sport. It's very good for your health. It gets people out and doing things with their friends. I've taught my kids how to play there. We see a lot of families that go there and teach their kids. And for what it's worth, the numbers about the 6,000 for tennis and 4,000 for pickleball, that's got to be completely false. I mean, I know it's AI generated, but there's hardly anybody that plays tennis. I mean, seriously. I've been there in the mornings, at noon. Typically, I play from 2 to 5. Tennis courts are very rarely used. So for what it's worth, that's that. But I'd ask you to seriously consider not closing the park. A lot of people enjoy it. It is a sports park. It does a lot of other things that are noisy. It's too bad that, you know, that you happen to live right across the street from it, but it is a sports park. You kind of count on those kind of things. I would not move right across the street from school nor a park like that if I wanted peace and quiet. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Concerned resident?
I'll start when the slide comes up, if that's okay with you. March 7th, 1979. Council was provided with this, next slide, environmental assessment at Sanji. It states that the most active recreational activities will be placed next to the freeway right-of-way, which should minimize the noise for the residents on San Gorgonio and Vista Torito. Slide 2, or the Exhibit 2. At the same meeting, the Traffic and Parking Commission reported that if after the development of Phase 1 and 2, conditions indicate that Via San Gorgonio is being impacted, then provisions for additional parking shall be included in Phase 3 to compensate for said impaction. Despite the hundreds of public records requests I have submitted over the past 5 years, the city has determined it has no reports or studies that override this environmental assessment. Obviously, staff has not complied, and worse yet, it appears they have willfully failed to inform you and prior councils that this environment assessment even exists. Exhibit 3. This is an overview of San G and sections of Shore Cliffs. As you can see, the pickleball courts are placed as close to the residents as is humanly possible. There are 17 residents on San Gorgonio, and 16 I have X'd out. These 16 signed a petition in the city's possession, along with another 170, requesting the city immediately remove pickleball courts located in residential areas. The only resident that did not sign the petition is a commissioner on our beaches, parks, and her opinion is add more courts. Exhibit 4. Unfortunately, pickleball carries a long ways, as other residents have already told you. Exhibit 4. This does not state that a nuisance is allowed from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. It does not state it states it is not allowed, period, full stop. This does not state that the nuisance has to exceed a certain decibel. It just says it cannot be annoying. The city on multiple occasions multiple councils were instructed to remove all pickleball courts in San G and spend $1.2 million to build in Steed. You built the courts in Steed. Unfortunately, 2 of our current councilmen reneged on their commitment to provide the residents who live near San G their right to a peaceful enjoyment of their home. They decided residents do not have that right between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and that is not what the law states. Councilman Loeffler and Noblock demonstrated that their word is their bond and have kept their commitment to remove pickleball from this location. I hope our newest council member will agree it is the right, fair, and legal thing to do. Thank you very much.
Is that any other
That is it for speaker cards.
All right. Thank you all for coming and voicing your opinions. This is item
Item 10C.
10C. Discussion.
Sure, I'll start it off. Yeah, 18 months ago, I voted to close the courts. And why is that? Because the council, the previous council, by a few months, said that, hey, people of San G, stand by, we're building courts at Steed, just take it easy, and we're going to close those courts. And so it actually kind of quelled the number of people coming to complain, because they thought that when those Steed courts opened, the courts were going to close at San G. Then something happened. We didn't close them. I still don't know why. It was very clear. Nothing had changed. I appreciate pickleball. I like pickleball. I go up to Steed. I don't play it, but I like watching it because it's so inclusive. You got people, kids 8 years old playing with 80-year-olds, and it's great. And Steed Park is great because it's not near any houses. I don't think we get any, I haven't gotten, in a year and a half, never gotten an email or a complaint about soccer making noise or baseball making noise or basketball. Not one resident has said, oh God, this is just too noisy. Pickleball, yes. I understand the argument, well, they moved across the street from a park and that's what you expect. Yes, you expect the noise of baseball or basketball or soccer or kids playing. You don't. Pickleball's a new phenomenon. Most of the people that moved into San G, there was no pickleball. You weren't hearing that. You were hearing tennis. I haven't really heard any complaint about tennis noise there. So my opinion just hasn't changed. You promised we're going to build you courts, and when we do that, we're going to listen to the residents, the petition that came in, and we're going to close those courts. I think we should build more pickleball courts. I really, really do. I'd like to see pickleball courts at Steed back by the freeway where they belong. I'd like to see another additional 8 courts at Steed Park and try to complete the program or the project that we started. That's all great. Let's do it. Let's pursue that. Let's get more courts if we need them, but let's respect the residents of that area that we've heard speak here today. Let's respect the formal council's promise to close those courts, and I just don't know what else to say. I'm going to be supporting closing the courts and doing anything we can to pursue construction of new courts in appropriate areas.
All right. Mr. Wu?
I'll wait for a later time.
Well, I think Rick hit it on the head. We love pickleball. It's a fun sport. I've played it. I don't play well, but I've played it. I love the sport. But in a residential area, it's problematic. It always has been. It's a nationwide problem. We've had courts all over the country where residents have had to sue the city because of noise and nuisance. We expedited the Steed Park construction for the very purpose of giving some relief to the folks at the neighbors at San Gorgonio. We protected the neighbors at San Luis Rey when we closed down the pickleball courts there and moved it to San Gorgonio. I think the neighbors at San Gorgonio deserve the same courtesy. And Rick, I haven't changed my opinion either. I think we should expedite pickleball courts where we can, when we can. But I think the neighbors need some help, some remedies, some respite from the noise. I know if I live there, and I've listened to those, I would go nuts. And I think quality of life is important. Sports are important, but the quality of life for our neighbors is. And we've provided a use in another location. We should expand it where appropriate, but I'm in favor of eliminating all pickleball courts at San Gorgonio. We should have done it a long time ago. And I'll make the motion when it's at appropriate time after the comments have been made.
So I'll give a little context here of what's going on with the pickleball courts in Steed Park. Originally, the plan was to build, I think, 24 pickleball courts at Steed Park. But because of the complaints that were at CNG, we rushed the project. And because we rushed it, we ended up only getting 8 courts there. If we would have waited a little bit longer, we could have had more. But that was, again, because of the complaints, and that's fine. But the amount of pickleball courts that we would need just aren't there right now. We're going to have to wait a lot longer to get those courts. They're not on the horizon. We don't have the funds for that right now. So they are a ways away. So the compromise that was reached, and again, I think it's a good compromise, and you know it's a good compromise because both sides leave unhappy, was that we would keep some open, and just four open during the week from 9 to 5. And since that compromise, and not on the weekend, since that compromise has been enacted, I've had 0 complaints. I've had 0 emails, one way or the other. And so in that regard, I think it was a well-done compromise. It wasn't until this came up on the agenda again that people started talking about it again and coming back up in front of here. So I like it, again, it's not perfect, but until we have 16 courts at Steed Park or 24 courts at Steed Park, this is a way that people around the community can still enjoy that sport, and it limits those hours even on the weekends, and it has worked for the last year and a month. So again, I know not everyone's happy, And it is not perfect, but that's how compromises go.
All right. I would say it was a compromise, and we did our best. I can understand, though, the difficulty of having those courts so close to the residents. And I also understand the concern that's been expressed from residents that they bought into the property because there was pickleball courts nearby. And maybe, what we need to do is, we have an area by the freeway where we had thought about a dog park. So there is land that the city owns that is much further away from the residents. There's no talking. I would think about the possibility of putting that as a list of items that we could do, move the courts further back. I don't see how, we don't have the full pickleball contingency here today, but there are people that support it there in San Gorgonio. I don't know how we could, over one day, eliminate it all. But I think we need to work towards moving those courts as expeditiously as possible to a new location.
Yeah, bringing up one thing also, it's interesting, there was discussion, not even a proposal, that we charge at Steed, pay to play. And what was that money going to go to? Pickleball courts. And the resounding noise was, we're not paying for that. We're not going to pay to play. So there's no money for it. We're building a pump track. You know how we're building that pump track? With half the money is from private donations. I'd like to see the pickleball community to get together, put together some money, and we have a foundation in town that just put $100,000 into a pump track. Maybe we'd be interested in putting some money into pickleball courts somewhere. But I don't really get the idea that pickleball players really want to contribute. That's the feeling I got. That's what the 50 people came that said that. I wish they'd changed their mind. We could get something done sooner than later. But in the meantime, we should just keep our word. Let's close those courts. Let's close them December 31st and move on, and then try to find pickleball in another appropriate location.
All right. Mr. Wu.
This is a quality of life issue. The city, at the very beginning, made a mistake. It's a new thing, so no one's perfect. We put it too close to residents at St. Louis Ray. It's too close. Then at St. G is also, in my viewpoint, is too close. I believe the industry standard is about 500 feet away from homes. These courts are about just slightly over 100 feet to the nearest home. They're not anywhere near 500 feet. We talk about a promise. I think the promise was not that we build 24 courts before we close it. The promise is that we build something. We built 8 courts in Steed Park, and by the time we open that, we close the St. G. So that's my understanding, and I think a promise is a promise. The government needs to keep its word, just like we need to do it too. Putting the pickleball court next to the tennis court, in my viewpoint, does not work. I used to be a tennis player. I would not want to play my tennis next to a pickleball court, just because the noise. I don't think these two sports are compatible right next to each other. Looking at the number of the users, it appears that the pickleball court has very light use. I would think that these relatively light use can be accommodated by Steed Park, the existing courts. I think an ultimate solution is to build a few new pickleball courts next to the freeway. I walked the park yesterday. There are enough space to build 4 pickleball courts, not 8, right next to the freeway, between the freeway and the baseball court. As a neighborhood park, a 4 courts may be enough, but if we get the money to do so. But in summary, I would agree with Councilmember Loeffler and Mayor Knobloch to close them down.
I've got a question for staff. So if they're closed down, is there a need to redo that as a tennis court? Do we need the tennis courts?
That would be under the discretion of the council. Staff's recommendation, if you're going to remove pickleball from the other side, I would recommend you restripe and repaint for tennis only. I think that it becomes challenging to have lines and courts set up for pickleball and then to say it's not allowed. And also, you wouldn't want to just lock it up because it will become dilapidated over time, and then we're going to deal with a deferred maintenance issue. So you would want to look at restriping completely as well.
I think we should return them to tennis courts, and also for the hours of playing, return them back to 6 o'clock from 6 o'clock in the morning to the dusk. Maybe it wasn't the previous hour, but maybe it's close enough.
Are tennis courts open at 6 o'clock in the morning?
Tennis were just the same as the park hours. There was no deviance. I do want to note that those courts, as they exist today, we have restriped and repainted them quite a bit, and they are really on their last leg. So we might be looking at a larger project when it comes to painting. It could include some more foundation work. So we'd have to look at costs if that's the direction of the council before we commit to
Okay, so Steve, I don't think a motion would include returning them to tennis right now. Maybe that we close the courts and we kind of examine what it's going to take to do tennis courts.
Right. So I'd move that we eliminate pickleball at San G, that in due course we consider painting. But Rick, you mentioned the 31st of December. I think we ought to do it immediately as opposed to putting it off another 2 or 3 weeks. If we're going to give relief, let's give relief. It reminds me of the Israelites that had the frog problem, and the Pharaoh was asked, when do you want this problem to go away? And he said, tomorrow. So he spent one more night with the frogs, and he didn't need to spend the night with the frogs. So my motion would include an immediate cessation of pickleball at Sanji.
Yeah,
without the biblical reference, but
oh, thank you for that. Friendly amendment is, enforcement. It's going to take some education. People are going to show up, so I don't see that we need to cite anybody for that, but just slowly but surely let them know that they are locked up, and if somebody goes in, our park rangers go by and do the education that let them know that these are now closed.
Absolutely. I know there's going to be expectation that it's business as usual, but the word will get out soon enough. So.
Okay, I seconded your motion.
All right, is there discussion?
Anything else to say?
Anything? I think my only preference, I think I would like to have a friendly amendment, if it's acceptable, to work on having in the short term, well, expeditiously, us take a look at building 4 courts, pickleball, close to the freeway, so that the residents there that want pickleball close to their home and close proximity to their neighborhood would have that ability, since they've had it and they're losing it.
We have a capital improvements issue coming up on the budget this year, and we're probably talking about a council retreat to discuss the priority of our capital improvements, which would include potentially those additional courts. I don't know that we need to wrap that into this motion, because that would delay the cessation of the pickleball and the relief to the neighbors. So.
No, it wouldn't at all.
Oh, but are you saying we close these now, but that we
I'm just
that we prioritize?
Begin the planning process?
Begin the planning process and prioritize that.
I have no problem with that, as long as we loop it into the overall capital improvements schedule that the city staff is currently wrestling with.
And we're saying pickleball courts at Sanji as opposed to pickleball courts anywhere. We're being specific that we want to replace them there.
Near the freeway.
Near the freeway.
Yeah.
I have no problem with analyzing that. I just think we need to be real careful to make sure, even at the courts, that we're that it's not still too loud. It sounds like a good solution. We've heard a lot about moving those courts down to the freeway, which makes a lot of sense. But when we're doing that process, we just want to make sure that the sound issues are really taken. I'd hate to have this problem again in 2 years once we build new courts, but certainly we can look at that, Victor.
Well, as a separate item, can we ask the staff to bring back the pickleball user fee back to the council for discussion? It was tabled
Yeah.
indefinitely,
I mean,
because that's how we found the future pickleball courts.
Yeah,
I think now that we're closing San G, maybe that's not a bad idea, now that we know we're.
well, we have
Let's make it even tougher on them.
we have the budget discussions coming up in the next few months. I think we haven't really closed the issue on that, but it's something that we need to at least think about. For example, there's one court in town that has a fee for pickleball players, $150. I hope I'm not imposing on anyone's business proprietary information, but 150 members, $150 a month to play. 340 people have signed up and play on that single court. So a fee issue, I think, is something that would help finance these in the long run.
What's the fee for playing on basketball court?
So anyhow.
What's the fee for swimming? I don't know.
I have a friendly amendment. I don't know if it's accepted or not.
I think that should be included. I think the staff can wrap that into our current capital improvements and should.
Okay.
It's a good suggestion.
Specifically at San G.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
all right.
Okay.
And was that friendly amendment accepted by Councilmember Loeffler?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I kicked him and he said yes.
Okay, we have 3 votes on the table for, Mayor Cabral, are you voting? And that carries 4-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer voting no.
All right.
Moving back to item 9A, we are getting back to that unfinished business, update on capital projects identified as priorities by members of the city council. This is a report by the city
Thank you.
manager.
Mayor and council, while the report is coming up, I see it's coming up, it's not on my screen yet, I got to figure this out. Here we go. One thing I would like to do, though, is just take a few minutes and thank the staff that made the chambers look so nice tonight. They really look nice, they did a fantastic job. I don't know if Samantha's glasses or Mr. Rubolino's jacket added to that or subtracted from it, but they're very festive tonight, very festive.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Oh, okay.
All right, all right.
Perfect.
Christine Nolan, that was it.
Yeah.
Of course, that was a puppy.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have,
All right, let's call the meeting back to order.
call the meeting back to order, and we will just announce the item number that we're on. Unfinished business, item 9A, update on capital projects identified as priorities by members of the city council. And we have City Manager Hall presenting.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I did have a short presentation, and then we can certainly have a quick discussion, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood that this was a discussion that you had at your last meeting when we had kind of a last-minute item to add the pump track, and and there was some discussion about, well, there's some other projects that we haven't gotten done yet. Where do those stack up in the process? So I just wanted to make sure that we talked a little bit about that. So there are some basic points of discussion that I know that the city council has asked me about over time and members of the staff. So there are certainly some things we want to talk about, like why does it take so long for some projects to get completed? And what is done differently when some projects move quickly? And how do we reach a place where there's such a backlog of these projects? As the staff report indicated, we're talking about 160 plus projects that have yet to be completed. And what are some ideas to improve our CIP process? One of the things I would say about the backlog, it started many years ago, probably started to build in 2015 or 16, but it really hit during COVID. And a lot of the projects we just put on hold, and then we kept adding projects, and that was really where the backlog really started to hit. But again, if we go to Dr. Seuss, sometimes the questions are complicated, but the answers are pretty simple. And so this is kind of what right now our capital projects program looks like. There's lots of different people moving papers from one side to the other, and the way I talk about it is a traffic jam. There's all these cars entering. We have all these projects, and maybe there's just too many projects in the process, so we can't get them all moving forward. We do a little bit of each little project, but they fail to see the follow through because you're on to the next project. So really, we want to talk about the prioritization of those, and we can go right back to the first things first. There's some really simple things that, of course, Stephen Covey always talked about. When you have too many top priorities, you effectively have no top priorities. And we always talk about the big rocks and little rocks, and this is very, very rudimentary, but the idea is if you don't put the big rocks in the jar first, they won't fit. And I think all of us gravitate to the small rocks. We're comfortable with that. It might be taking care of the day-to-day activities or doing emails or some of those kinds of things. And then when you get to these big projects, you don't have time for all of those. So we really want to make sure we're putting the big rocks in our jar first. And that comes down to prioritization. So I wanted to talk about modifying or clarifying, if you will, our CIP list and how we need to prioritize those. I think it's really important. Of course, the first one is you have to address emergency situations. And by the way, all of these examples, they're just examples to kind of get us on the same train of thought. But addressing emergency situations like Casa Romantica or Cypress Shores, when those things happen, you have to jump on them. And they will simply take precedence over things that are already on our capital improvements program. And then council priorities. When I looked at our priorities that we have for our CIP right now, the city council isn't mentioned. And yet you are the representatives of the residents. You're the closest to the residents. You hear things like you did tonight. Hey, pickleball is important to our community. Staff is going to be thinking about, just very naturally, staff's going to be thinking about things that impact more infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, water lines, sewer lines. That's where staff is going to be. That's where they're comfortable, and that's where they're going to go. But we need to make sure that council priorities, which again are the closest priorities to the residents, that those take a high priority, such as the North Beach sand placement. That was something that we were able to move on very quickly because that was a very high council priority. And you mentioned tonight the Steed pickleball courts. The Steed pickleball courts kind of wallowed around for a while, and then the city council in a council meeting looked right at me and said, how long will it take to build pickleball courts? And I said, well, it'll take about 120 days. And you said, what's 120 days from today? And they got done in 120 days. Now, we were still tightening some bolts that morning, but they got done in that time frame because the city council made it very clear that that was our time frame. We have project with funding timelines that need a priority, like the beach nourishment or the pump track. There were some opportunities that came available, and they have timelines. So those would be next in the priority list, is those that have timelines. And then I think it's really important that we be as efficient as we can in the use of our limited resources, and that projects that coincide or complement other projects, we want to make sure that those are given higher priority. So example, when we're putting in a sewer line, and that road also needs resurfaced, let's combine those projects, because there's not only some economies of scale, but man, the worst thing you can do is fix a road. And we do this all the time, and you hear it from residents. Fix a road, it looks great, and the next year the sewer line comes up, and we cut open a brand new road to put in the sewer line. So we want to be really careful that the projects complement each other so that we don't waste the precious resources of the taxpayers. And then we need to move more quickly on projects that get carried over from previous years. As I mentioned, where the backlog really started to hit was during COVID. But there are a lot of projects, and I mentioned a couple here, and both of them came up tonight. The Meadows soccer field and the Maxburg fountain repairs. Those have been on the CIP for a while. Let's make sure that these projects that keep getting carried forward, let's get them done. And then finally, and this is why we do need to have a council retreat. That was also talked about tonight. But if you look at the pages of projects, and I know a lot of you have seen it, we have those 160 projects. And if you look at those pages of projects, there's a lot of those projects that were probably put on the list 2019, 2020, that right now may not be a priority of the council, because things do change, priorities do change. And so we probably need to go through and see if there are some of those projects that can either be eliminated or modified or changed, because right now we have many projects that are approved and funded, but they're not moving forward. And that's because, and again, tonight we heard another one. Perhaps, and this is a timely conversation, but perhaps we should be looking at pickleball courts near the freeway at Sanjee. Okay, we need the council to make it very clear, okay, that's a council priority. We want that to come ahead of some of these other projects. Well, we want to make sure that we have very clear direction from council, so I can give very clear direction to staff about what the priorities are for the CIP, because it's not always money. Remember, all these projects that are moved forward are funded. It's not always money. Lots of times it's simply time. You can only do so many projects with the human resources that we have, the inspectors that we have, that be able to get RFPs out the door. There's only so many projects that fit on, so many cars fit on the freeway. So, we talked a little bit about this, but when the city council sets these priorities and the timelines are really clear, we have an amazing staff. So we talked a little bit about pickleball courts. Normally a project like that could take a year. You guys said we want it done in 120 days, and I have to compliment the staff. They jumped on it. They got it done in 120 days. We jumped right on Casa Romantica, and that is a serious, by the way, that is a serious construction project, and that has been overseen by staff. They're doing a fantastic job. By the way, the picture on the right-hand side, that is the way that looks today. So we're starting to put the dirt now back on the slope, and we're covering up the tiebacks. So it'll be in short order here. You'll be able to see that hillside come back alive. We'll do the seeding, and we hope very quickly that will be the way that the city council intends it. So one of the things I wanted to talk about maybe is the next steps. I think it's important that staff completes a review of the current CIP, and we update the list. There are a few projects that the latest list I have is June 30 of last year. So it's about 6 months old. We need to update that list completely and then get to the city council an updated CIP list. And then we would request that the city council identify a date, we'll look for early spring, where we can have a retreat to review the updated list and have the council, on behalf again of the residents, set the clear priorities for staff. And then we need to do some public outreach. There are a lot of people, you heard from some of them tonight, hey, the council said they were going to do this or they were going to do that. Update the residents on where we are on some of these capital projects. I know that there was, just recently, we just put some bike racks down by the pier. That took a long time to get that done, and people were, why did that take so long? Well, we want to make sure people understand, anytime you're doing something in the coastal zone, it's going to take a long time. There's just, the backlog with the Coastal Commission is just going to take a long time. But anyway, I just wanted to let the council know that there were some priorities that you set, one of them being in particular the improvement of the meadows, and we want to make sure that that is done very quickly. That project has been funded. We want to get it out the door. It is a multiple use field. We want to make sure that that is an asset that the residents can use. And again, the nice thing about that is a majority of that money is not from the general fund. Just like the pickleball courts didn't come from the general fund, those were impact fees from new homes that were built. So we want to be able to use those funds and use them appropriately and provide recreation facilities for the community. So I just wanted to do a quick update because the other thing I wanted to perhaps let the council know is that staff typically puts more items on the capital improvements program than we can ever get done. And I want us to start changing our philosophy with our CIP and identifying the projects we actually believe we can get done. So we're setting realistic expectations with our residents, and they don't have to come here and say, hey, I thought you promised you were going to do this, this, and this. We want to make sure that we put realistic expectations for both time and money, and then get those projects done so that people can count on the fact that we're keeping up with our CIP. So again, maybe some last final thoughts here. I don't think anyone, council members, staff, no one acted in a nefarious manner. It's just more of a traffic jam that's happened. The city council has and will continue to set priorities. That's the role of the city council. And they've done that through the adoption of the budget, the CIP. We had a council retreat where you set some priorities. So the council has done their job. So the city manager, I need to improve my communication with staff about what those priorities are and make sure that we get that done correctly. Our CIP process will improve. One of the things that we've looked at is we've tried to improve some of the processes in the cities that have been here for a while. We want to improve our budget process. I think we did that tremendously. The 2-year budget is way more effective when you're looking at a municipality. Very few things happen within a 12-month period. So that 2-year process has been better. We want to improve and will improve our CIP process. That's the next one we want to take a look at. So again, Mayor, just wanted to provide you with that update and open to any questions or suggestions the city council may have.
Let me speak to this because I'm the one that raised it with you, is because when I went through the CIP list, it was like, there's no way we're going to get this done. I mean, this year or next year.
Or the year after.
And so what I was really trying to get to is, why do we have so many cars on the road? Is it the city council putting them on? Is it the staff putting them on? Is it, why do we have this logjam? Are we required to? Is it because we have the funding, and so we have the funding, and now we have to fund another project and put it on our list? And how that priority is, how we prioritize a project. And I didn't see that you were getting real direction from the city council as to what those priorities are, because there's a list.
There's a long list.
Hundreds of things. I don't know how many, but 500 things. How does the city know what the city council wants, and how do we tell you that? Maybe at the retreat we can do that and let you know our expectations. But more importantly, how do we resolve the issue of having so many things to do that we cannot get done? I mean, and maybe I wanted a better understanding if it was just the COVID era or the post-COVID era when we didn't have, we couldn't get materials, so you couldn't build anything. But we need to figure out what that problem is and address it. And whatever we can do as a city council to let you know these are our priorities and this is what we want you to get done.
You're absolutely correct. And in talking with staff, and I know Mayor had a chance to sit in with a couple of conversations we had with staff, it's a lot of all of those things. But certainly during COVID, a lot of projects I think they got stacked up for two reasons. One, materials did become more difficult to obtain. Mm-hmm. But also there was, in fairness, I think that there was maybe even, certainly locally, maybe globally, we didn't know where we were headed. there was a fear that where are we really headed with, is this going to be a financial cliff that cities just need to stop doing what they're doing? And so we did get behind on some routine, what would otherwise be routine maintenance, and we've been trying to play catch-up. The problem is, it's hard to play catch-up because every year you have things that need to get done. So what we need to be is way more conscious about taking on new projects until we get caught up. And I know that's very hard for council members. I think that you have constituents that want you to do incredible things in the community. And so it gets very hard to say, okay, we're going to kind of limit or slow down the number of projects we're doing until we can get the backlog caught up. And staff understands that, and that's why we need help from the council about these ones are our priorities and get them done and do everything else you can do as well. But let's see if we can cut down that backlog. It's quite long. You're
All right,
correct.
thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question. Andy, is the problem, in your opinion, the staff to actually motivate these projects and get them off center and get them in the works with the shovel in the ground?
No, I think it's more, there's so many projects. So for instance, when you have, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head here. When you have 5 sewer line projects, you don't want to necessarily have 5 roads torn up at the same time. So you kind of have to limit how much stuff you can do. So there's kind of a physical limitation about how much you can tear up the town at any one time. And then, yes, there is a limit to how many public works inspectors we have, how many project managers we have. I talked with Dave a little bit today. I think each project manager has about 22 projects. And when you do that, you're kind of nibbling at each little project instead of seeing it through.
I guess what I'm thinking is, in New York, the city spent millions and millions of dollars in many, many years trying to get their ice skating rink in. And a contractor like Donald Trump came along for $1 million, and 3 months the job was done. And do we have contracts? Do we have contractors, people that can support Dave's operation and simply turn them loose to get some of these jobs done? I think about the North Beach Sand Project and GCI, when they started the project, the ramp, the bridge that connected the residential area to the beach was not big and was not strong enough. And rather than come back for a change order and ask for additional money, he simply put his part of his job. So he went out there and reinforced the bridge and did it. He deserves a shout out.
Absolutely.
But he showed the initiative to say, I'm going to get this job done on time, on budget, and I'm not waiting for the bridge to be strengthened. I'm going to strengthen it. And he did on his own nickel, which reduced his profits, but the job got done. Do we have contractors that have that kind of motivation in town that we could turn loose on some of these projects?
The one thing that the city council did is you did provide a local vendor preference. Maybe we can look into whether or not there is a performance preference. That we've worked with a vendor in the past that has shown a capacity to get the work done on time, under budget, even if that required things like you say, some extra work on their part. Maybe we should give preference to some of those. I don't know that, government seems to be giving you the best project at the low bid.
Yeah, well, we hire planners, extra planners to review documents. Maybe at the executive level, we should maybe hire someone to say, hire a supervising executive to say, these are your 10 projects. You got 10 months to do them, and here's your budget, and get the job done, and let us know what you're doing when you're doing it, but get the job done.
Yeah, and we have recently made a staff modification to make sure that someone is in charge of CIP. That's recent. That's in the last week. I really appreciate the council pushing this because we made some staff modifications to make sure the capital projects move more smoothly through our system, and that was one of the priorities, to put someone in charge that has the authority that can move these projects at a quicker level. Absolutely.
Do we need to identify a date for the retreat that you're looking for?
We can get in touch with you very quickly, but I'd sure like it to be early spring. I'm January, February. Let's get right after this and get things moving.
You want to skip?
I think they could do it at a staff level, just
Can
talk
you
to
schedule
everybody.
that and maybe let us know the times that work, and that's a good priority.
If that's something the council, we'd love it. As you know, I always beg for it, and you guys don't want another meeting, I get it. But yeah, absolutely, we'll make that a priority, for sure.
All right.
Excellent.
I do want to point out, we have one speaker card.
Oh, let's have a speaker.
Amanda Quintanilla?
Yeah.
Well, when I saw this staff agenda and the the staff report, actually. My concern was for number 3, repair of the Mariposa Bridge has been identified as a high priority by the City Council, but it is complicated by an unstable slope and the need to obtain approval from the property owner, OCTA, to proceed. Full attention will be given to the project, but some of the tasks necessary to complete the project are outside the control of the city. And it's my understanding that Mr. Riebendorf has spoken at a recent coffee chat, and he mentioned that the land is still moving there at Mariposa Bridge, and also groundwater that's seeping from the bluffs. So that's something that can't really be repaired in a couple of years, and so that seems like it's not going to be doable for quite some time, even for a dirt path. And so it's not related to even getting approvals or consent from the OCTA, but it's just the problems with our bluffs with the Capistrano Formation that we have. And that's something that we have, Capistrano Land Formation and Monterey Land Formation from the beach to 7 miles inland. So that's something that we have to have. And I'm really glad that Mr. Riebendorf had put a video out, why is the beach trail bridge at Mariposa Point closed? And that addresses the issues at Mariposa Bridge. And I don't know if this is...
I receive a lot of questions about the Mariposa Bridge. It's an important amenity to the public. And unfortunately, we had a landslide that occurred in January where we lost connection from El Portal to Mariposa, which is an important travel way for beach pedestrians and trail users from the north to south end of town. Approximately 180 feet of the bridge was damaged. As you can see, it's currently no longer here. OCTA, Orange County Transportation Authority, came in and did some mitigation to install a wall to protect the railroad and any debris from the still current active landslide from impacting the railroad tracks. It's important to note one of the challenges that we're dealing with is the landslide is still active. So we're looking at options to try and restore the trail. We have one of our pile structure, support structure, is in the middle of the active landslide. We're trying to identify to see if we can still utilize it or rehabilitate it. And we're looking at options to see if there's ways that we can reconnect the trail. In addition to that, we're looking at options for additional funding. Well, I hope this helps to answer any questions that you may have about the Mariposa Bridge Trail.
So I wanted to play that because it was a great video that was put out by the city. And thank you so much for your time.
All right. I could talk about the Mariposa Bridge. I'd never get it done in that's 3 minutes. It would take me 3 hours to talk about what needs to be done and all the nuances of that project. So I'm glad you were able to do it in 2 minutes, Dave. All right, next item.
Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. I don't have any public comments. I do want to make note of a couple of items. You have ordinance number 1784, agenda item 11E in front of you with Exhibit A attached. And then item 11K, you have an updated professional services agreement with you. And the only changes here are that the terms were modified, the terms of the agreement were modified to align with the staff report, and the signature block information was added in.
All right.
And both of those updates are also in the back for the public.
Absolutely. I'll move the items if there's no discussion.
Mayor, I'd like to pull 2 items for discussion.
Okay.
11D and 11E.
11C is in cat?
D is David and E is Echo.
Thank you.
And what's the other one, 11D and?
D and E. Edward.
All right, go ahead. I'll move the remainder of the items.
I'll second that.
Okay, so
Well,
I'm waiting for the vote to come up, but
I'll manually enter.
just on those items, I mentioned the completion of the contract for North Beach, and again, a shout out to GCI for
Yeah,
expediting
absolutely.
that with that, using their own nonprofits to beef that up to
They
make
did
it done
an
on time.
amazing job. I was out there,
Yeah. Yep.
almost
They-
every
they need a shout
day
out. It's great.
sometimes, looking at what's happening, and they deserve all the credit for making that happen quickly. All right,
So if you just want to finalize your vote to continue the consent calendar, to vote on the consent calendar with the removal of items 11D and E, we've got that. And moving on to item 11D, which is second reading of ordinance number 1783, vesting authority of the city manager to appoint the city clerk position.
all right, go ahead.
Okay, well, I understand that we had a 5-0 vote on it on the first reading. And the reason I want to talk about is, and I have a municipal code in front of me, the principal functions of a city clerk. They are record keeper, Public Record Act, responded to a Public Record Act request, and then being election officials. And then those are the, I would say, more important functions of a city clerk, not the more clerical item to assist the city manager. And in my viewpoint, I'd like the city clerk to stay as a political neutral as much as possible. A person needs to be a neutral record keeper and respond to the public directly in a best way we can be for the transparency and public access. In the past, we had a elected city clerk. It worked out. Right now, we have appointed city clerk by the council. My comment is not about Andy or Laura or either of you. I'm thinking about how the government should.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
My comment is not about Andy or Laura personally. I'm talking about in general, the relationship between the city council, city manager, and the city clerk. And I think having the city clerk to be appointed by city manager will continue to chip away city clerk office's independence. And I prefer it to be the way it is, or alternatively, I wonder if we have the support from the council, we can add a condition that the city clerk's appointment needs a ratification by the city council.
Okay. Are you,
I'm down.
and you don't have a motion, so I will just move to approve the item.
I'll second it.
Excuse me, motion by Mayor Cabral, I'll enter it in here manually, second by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer, and we will go ahead and start the voting. And that carries 4-1 with council members in voting no.
All right. Next item, you want to?
Yes. This is about the, and you have a package in front of you, if you go to the last page, the footnote 33. Laura, is it possible you can display it on the screen? Maybe you can do it on her. Okay. It reads, qualified affordable housing developments, senior housing, market rate residential projects shall not be allowed to convert existing hotel/motel users which have provided a lower cost visitor serving accommodation in the last 5 years, unless the project provides equivalent new lower cost visitor serving accommodation, or unless required to be approved pursuant to state law. And this note applies to mixed use and commercial land use. So for all the hotels and the motels on South El Camino Real, they will not be able to do a project. I'll give you an example. If a hotel does not work financially and they want to redevelop it into a mixed-use project with the retail on the ground level and housing, affordable housing on top, with 40% of them being medium income affordable housing. They will not be able to do that. That's how I understand this note. And I think we are restricting those property owners for them to find a better use of their property. We're limiting their property rights to an extraordinary level. This reminds me what the city did a few years ago. With all the good intent, we demanded the memorial care to stay open, or we demanded them to keep an emergency room. They chose not to. They shut it down, and the project site was dilapidated for quite a few years until they came back and the city settled with them, and then we approved a housing project. So essentially, we're forcing these hotel operators to stay into their business, which may be failing. I don't feel comfortable supporting this. In addition to restricting their development potential, we also have the negative effect of limiting the opportunity for the city to provide more affordable housing. So my recommendation is that we approve this ordinance with the modification that we strike out the note 33 and also the note 25 on a few pages earlier.
What page?
Note 25 would be on page 41. That is for retail use. That's for commercial. And then note 33 is for mixed use.
Okay. All right.
I like what I'm hearing, but I'm not sure exactly where, clarify again where you need this modified? I'm looking at the page that,
Just to remove the page 41, note 25, and on and as well as on page 51, note 33.
Is it the same wording on both of them?
They're the same wording, but one is applicable to neighborhood commercial land uses. Another is applicable to mixed use zones.
All right.
I'll second that.
All right.
I just want to understand it.
All right.
So,
Ask your questions.
yeah, so see, I'm reading it, not to be allowed, so qualified.
We could, you want to bring staff up so we can?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Maybe we could bring Adam up. Is Adam, oh, there he is.
Adam.
Could you just clarify what this actually means with examples of a property that might be affected?
Yes, so thank you, Councilmember Wu, for bringing this up. This is a very important part of the city's item that's before you for second reading. I think it's important to step back and just look at the overall program and what's being done here. So the state of California is requiring that the city provide additional opportunities to develop housing. Those opportunities are required to be in certain areas. In this case, there's a housing overlay that exists on mixed use and commercial zones. In order to facilitate additional housing, this housing overlay provides some standards. The housing overlay has changed a little bit over time, but this is a fundamental change to it because it hasn't really been that successful in the past. The point of what we're doing now is to try to incentivize development that will occur. However, it does not limit the ability of property owners to renovate or change their property according to the zoning within which they are. So while we're allowing additional housing opportunities, those housing opportunities are in zones that are not solely residential. So if you're in a mixed-use zone, you can still do a mixed-use project. You would need to go through the process. And similarly, if you're in a commercial zone, you can provide a commercial project. If you're looking to take advantage of the standards that allow for a more streamlined process, or are taking advantage of these changes to provide housing, if there is an existing hotel that provides lower cost accommodations, what we're attempting to do is protect those units pursuant to our land use plan, what's going to be part of the city's local coastal program that requires us. We've already adopted this document that says we are going to protect our lower cost overnight accommodation stock, and so while this only really affects a handful of properties, for the vast majority of property owners that could take advantage of additional housing opportunities, for those ones that have hotels or motel uses on them, there's a requirement that those be replaced, but that's assuming that a state law does not preclude that requirement from being enforced.
Let me ask a quick question. So there was a question whether this would be a taking. I don't believe it is a taking, given the current mixed-use designation that already exists there, or commercial designation.
So, no, staff would also agree this is not a taking for two reasons. One, staff has reviewed this extensively, and the Coastal Commission is going to say the exact same thing. For any properties that would apply to this proposed zoning that occur in the coastal zone, if they want to change that use to something else, the Coastal Commission is very well going to maintain the exact same type of restrictions that we have, which is maintaining those lower cost visitor serving accommodations. That's the Coastal Commission's highest priority.
So as I understand it, I mean, it would mean a loss of TOT taxes, which we drastically need in this city. And the second thing is the Coastal Commission would have concerns about taking away those types of property, inexpensive hotels, motels that it's not a Ritz-Carlton, so it's affordable, and they want people, and they encourage people to come here and to stay at those kind of places that are the only few that exist in San Clemente.
Yes, and furthermore, the Coastal Commission considers all of our overnight accommodation stock, even adjacent to and outside of the coastal zone. So when it's looking at new projects within the coastal zone, it's taking into consideration what type of overnight accommodation stock we have that's even outside of the coastal zone.
How does HUD feel about this?
HUD is not directly part of this particular action. The California Department of Housing and Community Development is. HCD is who certified our housing element back in 2022. As part of that certification, they provided a housing action plan, which identifies a number of programs. This action before you is a direct result of those programs in that housing action plan, which the city agreed to do in order to get our housing element certified. So we are enacting those promises that were made to HCD. So everything we're doing, we see as in total compliance with that housing action plan.
So let me just walk through or help me walk through a situation here. Let's say there's a low-cost motel down south side San Clemente. They want to potentially convert into affordable housing. Would the state's priority for affordable housing supersede this ordinance from the city?
I'm going to say most likely, yes. There are numerous state laws that require the city to approve projects ministerially to provide affordable housing. If a project is proposed that falls within the guidelines of one of those state laws, the restriction on motel conversions would not apply.
So if that is the case, walk me through why do we need, if the state would supersede this anyway, why do we need this in our municipal code?
There are projects that could potentially replace TOT generating uses, meaning visitor serving accommodations with non-visitor serving accommodations. And in our land use plan, that's part of our local coastal program that we're still working on, we have created a policy that says that the city will protect those lower cost accommodations. So we're trying to thread a very fine needle here between complying with the land use plan to get a local coastal program so that we can take on local coastal permitting authority from the Coastal Commission to make development easier, while also complying with the requirements of the housing element certification process. They are, I don't want to say that they're diametrically opposed, but they definitely have somewhat opposing stances on the highest use, that their highest priority use between housing and overnight accommodations. So we're allowing, and I believe that the ordinance that planning staff has put together does a phenomenal job of providing better opportunities, more opportunities to provide affordable housing and even market rate housing within our housing overlay, while still maintaining that overnight accommodation stock within the city.
Right, any other?
Yeah, so you're saying that if item 25 is eliminated, that we're just preempted by the state, and this would have we wouldn't be able to give some remedy to a motel owner that is suffering, is not profitable, can't make a profit, his property's going fallow, but he has an opportunity for mixed use, that would be not allowed under the current state law?
No, so they would still be allowed to do something according to their base zoning. So like a commercial, there's a portion of the housing overlay that's within a commercial zone. If there's a motel in that commercial zone, they can tear down the motel and build a commercial project. Where we allow residential uses in commercial zones occurs within the housing overlay. So if they wanted to convert to housing, they would need to protect that stock if the project was market rate.
And to protect the stock, you mean provide additional housing to supplement what they're taking away?
Provide replacement. Overnight accommodations.
And Mr. Wu, are you suggesting that we give them some remedy and not allow them to have to get the replacement housing? Is that what you're suggesting in your?
Yeah, I don't think it's realistic to ask them to provide, to make up the lost hotel rooms on the site. It's not possible. And so for my response to what some of the discussion is, we're not a central planner for the market force. And if they figure out they can do a better project, to change a failing hotel or motel into a mixed-use project with retail on the ground floor, which will provide us some sales revenue. And they also want to do some housing on top of the retail. That's a perfect mixed-use type of project we want to encourage in that area. And our current zoning ordinance, as amended, will not allow that to happen. The TOT tax.
Yeah, but it sounds like what you're asking for is not permissible under state law? Is that what?
No, that would be allowed.
Yeah, there's just been a couple of projects approved with retail on the bottom and.
Yeah, so I guess in simplest terms, this applies primarily to non-residential land use areas that are potentially going to convert entirely to residential. They can still do mixed use and commercial projects there. We're not taking away any rights as it occurs under the current zoning. We're adding additional rights for properties to take advantage of, certain properties to take advantage of additional residential opportunities.
And the Friendship Project, the conversion of a motel in South El Camino Real that's been completed or nearly completed, would this impede a project like that?
No.
Okay.
All right, so,
I wanted to put it in real time, that I can wrap my head around.
all right. So, we don't have any comments, so it's a vote on the substitute motion?
Vote on the substitute.
What's the what was the substitute?
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify I have a suggestion that Councilmember Wu modify the substitute motion so that it becomes a first reading. You can't adopt it with changes.
With the second, yeah.
So,
Yeah, since we considered this previously, do you want to make this a first reading?
Yeah, I will make a motion to, as a new first reading, that we approve ordinance, zoning amendment, ordinance
1784.
1780, is it? 1784. As is, with the exception that we delete note 33 from page 51, as well as we delete note 25 from page 41. That will be the new first reading.
Okay, and just for clarification, that is introduce and conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1784. And we have a motion on the table by Councilmember Wu and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer.
That's correct.
Okay, let's go ahead and start the voting.
Sorry, mine's not coming up, but you can mark me as a no.
A no, okay.
All right.
And that fails 2-3. So, City Attorney, do we now do a vote to adopt?
So,
Well, I can make another motion to adopt ordinance number 1783. Sorry, wrong one, sorry. It's 1784. It's reading 11D, yeah.
I'll second that.
I'm sorry, mine is frozen, but I'll put a yes on mine.
I will mark you as a yes. And we have all votes in, and it carries 5-0 to adopt
right.
ordinance number 1784.
Thank you all for,
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is oral communications, part 2. And we do have one speaker.
all right.
Any Rubalino?
I would guess it's Tony. He's got a reserved spot for this episode.
Tony.
I would like to take a moment to address Mark's gaslighting comments that he made earlier in reference to the mayoral and mayor pro tem selection. Mark, you mentioned that, and I'll quote from what your comments were earlier, we should be supporting one another. And then you also referenced Rick as a man of integrity. And then you went ahead and supported his opponent. I don't understand the conflict here, Mark. Not only did you do it, but the whole Democratic machine got behind his opponent and failed. So how was that supporting one another? And then you also referenced that regarding Mayor Knobloch, that the reason you didn't support him in the last round was because national issues that he was bringing divided our city. Mark, it's time to grow up. National politics are here in San Clemente and every city across the country. Pre-COVID, I would have agreed with you. It's no longer like that anymore. You and your party have supported open borders. We just had a shooting in town this past weekend, Mark. It's your party that's embracing that decriminalization of our communities. You embraced the union-backed trustee candidate who wanted to bring woke policies, and she lost. It's you, Mark, and your party that are bringing national politics to our town. So don't go ahead and pretend like you're elevated above the rest. We're in it, and it's here to stay. People always ask me why I talk about Mark and call him porta potty, and I love when I get that question because it's a great opportunity to go ahead and reference that you are the only council member who advocated for city staff to research if we could install porta potties throughout town to support the homeless. More decriminalization. I just don't get it, Mark. Let's see. I think that should be grounds for never even be considering to be mayor. Your party also embraces plants. So remember that Angelo who was here for the appointment process? And then he suddenly came out of nowhere and he got support from Mark and Chris. Nobody else knew who this guy was. He didn't get the appointment, Rick did. He's now up in San Jose, he's running, he lost. So it's just an issue where I'd like to send a message out to the Democratic Party of Orange County and the Democratic women of South Orange County. San Clemente is red. Orange County is red. And your woke ideologies have failed and there's no going back. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
I could just address a couple things because all these comments were directed at me. First off, San Clemente is not red, nor is it blue. San Clemente is San Clemente, and we're here for the San Clemente citizens. We are San Clemente first, not a political party. We are for San Clemente. Also, so many things that you have said are just blatantly wrong. So, thank you, Mr. Rubolino, for your soapbox.
Next item on the agenda?
Future agenda items?
Hearing none.
Oh, actually, I have one, sorry. Costa Mesa recently got a win with the courts involving sober living homes and their codes, especially their code requiring a distance. I didn't write down the amount.
It's 500 feet.
650 feet.
600, yeah.
650 feet apart. I would love for our city to take a look at our ordinances to see if there's something there that we can adopt and bring something back to the council to look at.
Second that.
All right, there's been a first and a second and a third. Their ordinance was modeled after ours, as I understand it. So
Yes, except for that.
The distance. Oh. Ours is probably better. So take a look at the distancing. Well, we have to, well,
We've done it, right?
We've done it.
First, second, and a third?
yeah, that's 3 votes.
Yeah, I'd like to take a look at, and this shouldn't take really much staff time at all, is, you know, I reported on a heroic action by a lifeguard earlier today, and I've reported previously on some activity by the police that were over and beyond, and I don't know that our city has a commendation process at all. Other cities do. So, something, you know, and I know the police do within theirs and the fire department does within theirs for, they have awards and ribbons and all this good stuff. I don't think marine safety has any real organized recognition. And I'd like to see a way where we can submit something to these people's personnel packages when they do something over and beyond. And I don't know what we call it. We called it a commendation where I've worked and.
We did a couple of those today, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we don't need I don't think we need a plaque and a big,
Some special recognition.
ceremony. I just mean something that we write that, like, especially marine safety, where it's a city organization, that it goes in their personnel package. It's a recognition. And if the sheriffs and fire want to participate in that, where we do something that they enter into their personnel packages, great. It's just like it's a thumbs up on it's an attaboy, we used to call them.
Yeah, well, I just went to a luncheon where both the sheriffs and the fire department had recognition of, the people that did extraordinary work. And I think we had one early in the year, so I know those two at least recognize and.
Yeah, and sometimes it's
Maybe
like
we
I
could just
said,
ask them to add,
yeah, sometimes it's not like a big thing. Sometimes it's a good arrest, which isn't going to draw any plaque or anything from the sheriff's department when they make an especially good arrest. But I think the city should recognize it.
Yeah, not only the security people, the firefighters and police, but even a city employee that does an outstanding job.
Park ranger, anybody that goes out and does something kind of over and beyond. And like I said, it doesn't need a plaque and a ceremony, but just,
That show of appreciation is, I think, important and needed, and I could certainly support that.
thank you.
Do you need a third on that?
I don't, do we need a third?
No, message received, and we'll work on something and make sure to get the council a memo on what we're going to do, for sure.
Perfect, thanks.
yeah. All right, next item.
Okay, reports, commissions and committees. Do we have any commission and committee reports?
I think I gave mine already.
Seeing none? Okay. Next item on the agenda is council subcommittee updates. And the first item that I have on the agenda to present to you tonight is vacancies on the Human Affairs Committee and Public Safety Committee. We've recently had a resignation on the Human Affairs Committee and a resignation on the Public Safety Committee. Council typically, I bring a report to the City Council in April. Council advertises for openings, vacancies in May, interviews in June, and we make those appointments effective July 1st. I recommend you hold off appointing these two positions until we open up the vacancies or open up the recruitment for all vacancies this year. Your other alternative is to set an interview date and direct staff to advertise for two openings at this time. So that's your choice.
Preference?
And my preference is to leave it open until May and
Yeah.
fill in the vacancy.
Yeah, only thing I would say is with the Human Affairs, there's 6 people now still on it. If the Public Safety Committee drops another and they're down to like 3 or something, can we readdress it and maybe do something if it warranted? Okay.
Each
that's fine.
time we have a vacancy, an unexpected vacancy, I bring a report
Okay.
back to council. So the direction for now is to leave it.
I would say to leave it. The other thing I would give direction to, hopefully as part of this, if we can, is that, with our commissions, I understand talking to staff, our staff that work with those commissions, is that a good portion of their work portfolio ends up being working with those commissions, as opposed to working on things they need to get done. So they come to us and give us all the reports, but then they have to go to all those commissions and give them similar reports. And so that's a couple days a week where they're working on reports. And so I would like to look at that, at least maybe in our retreat, as to, how many commissions we have, and committees we have, and get feedback from staff as to the usefulness. I know some of the stuff, and I'll give you one good example, is that, with the sand replenishment project, I mean, we were making decisions on a daily, weekly basis, and by the time it got to the commission, it was too late for them to get, that kind of input. So, or give any input. They were, months behind the process. So, I would at least urge us to look at that. All right.
Direction received. Next item on the agenda is the update to City Council appointees to regional committees, commissions, and boards, and appoint City Council representatives to each city commission and committee. However, based on that last comment, Mayor Cabral, you may wish to hold off on appointing City Council representatives to commissions and committees. But before you tonight is consideration of, we need to replace every commission and committee or regional board that Councilmember Duncan sat on, so we can go line item by line item and determine if where Councilmember Wu would like to spend some of his time. We can take whatever avenue you prefer. We do need to appoint a board member to the Orange County Fire Authority, and they require a resolution to do that.
All
So
right.
that's the one action we have to take this evening.
All right.
So would you like to go just line item by line item?
Let's go line item by line item.
Okay.
Mayor, allow me to make a quick comment. And I've looked at Councilmember Duncan's positions. I don't have a problem if I just inherit everything he has as a starting point.
No, we're going to go line item by line item because people's interests change and we're all doing different things now, so.
Okay, so starting with Capistrano Unified School District Liaison Committee?
I'm happy to continue to be on that.
Okay.
I can be another one. Or
One of
do
you.
we need a two or?
One is an alternate, so as of now, Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer is the alternate.
Okay.
No,
Is that not-
I'm
or is it two?
I'm the
It's
primary.
So you
Chris
need an
Chris
alternate. We need
was
to-
the alternate,
We need
yes.
to
So you wanna
reverse
be-
that. Okay.
So Zen said he'd be the alternate.
I defer to you guys. I don't mind.
You want to be, it's yours.
So you'll be the alternate?
But on the current list, it doesn't say who is the alternative. It's just a two.
Okay, well, that-
Sometimes there's an alternative, sometimes there isn't.
I think that was a misstep on this first.
The school board just had a switch in their majority vote over there. I'm thinking maybe Mr. Zhu would be Mr. Wu, excuse me, would be the primary with the,
Well, I don't understand why them having a switch would switch our representation of who is liaison.
Well-
I'm happy to continue to work as liaison. I've had great relationships with our trustees, and I happily continue to work with them.
I'm okay with being alternative,
okay.
Okay,
alternate.
all right.
Coastal Animal Services Authority, CASA?
I'm also on that one, and I'm happy to continue with it.
All right.
Okay. And Councilmember Leffler, are you okay with?
Oh, am I the alternate?
You're the alternate.
You want to be on the dog commit, okay, I guess I'm the alternate.
Community
I
Engagement.
have a cat.
Panel.
I'd like to remain on that.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Community, community engagement, you were laughing at the fact that was on community engagement.
It's something else.
Community engagement panel.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'd like to serve on that with you.
Okay.
Okay, so as the alternate then, okay. And that removes Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer
Well-
from that.
The community.
Community Engagement.
I'm
Panel.
fine stepping down as the alternate on it. Or no, sorry, on the community. No, that one I've enjoyed being on, and I'd like to continue serving in that regard. So I'll defer to the other council members. I've been keeping up to date and going to the meetings, and even though I'm alternate, I've still been engaged.
All right.
So did you figure it out?
But we didn't figure it out. We have to have a, I guess we take a vote
You can
then,
take a
right?
vote.
So
So I'm,
the vote is on the alternate
For the community.
for the committee.
and who wants to do it?
Either Steve or myself.
May-
Can we just put that one at the end and go through the rest of them maybe to see who's
Yeah.
got?
Is that
who's
good?
gets
Is that
busy?
fine?
Yeah.
Can we do that?
I would also tell the mayor that you're going to be pretty busy on a lot of other
Yeah.
stuff, so think about it.
No.
Let's go next.
Were you too busy being on that before, as mayor?
No, but it did take a lot of work. It was another, 4 hours a week.
I understand.
Mayor Noblock, do you have an update to the Conservancy?
There is no update. The Conservancy hasn't met
Okay.
in the last year, and I'm not sure when they're going to meet. So
We'll leave that on
So
there.
can I appoint myself to
you
that?
can if you'd like. Would you like to? Let's say.
Chamber of Commerce Economic Development, that at the moment is Councilmember Leffler with,
Yeah, I'd like to continue that.
okay.
I'd like to be the alternative. You're the
Yeah,
the
I'd like to-
mayor, so
no,
you will participate
You're
no
gonna be
matter what.
Participating also.
Well, we have we have another chamber. Is that the only chamber? That's the
No,
only
no.
chamber.
we got.
Yeah.
So you're going to be the primary on that. Well, you're going to be the,
Well,
I'll be involved. Yeah, that's okay. That's all right. We can leave that.
I don't need
You
to be.
wanna-
No, I don't need to be. I'm.
Well, then I'll stay on because I'll be active and
Okay, all right,
involved anyway.
that's fine.
Okay, so that remains as is.
I'm reclaiming time right now.
Downtown Business Association, Economic Development, Councilmember Duncan was our primary.
I'd like to be the primary on that.
Okay.
I like to be on this too.
So you're the alternate?
I can be the alternate.
You can participate, everything. They don't block you from coming. You can still go.
The no, you cannot have 3 council members.
2.
Two.
Yeah, you can only have 2.
Well, that's you and Victor.
Right.
You can go to that stuff.
Okay.
Well, it was, Mark was a previous alternate.
I don't need to be the alternate on that one.
Okay.
That's fine.
As
Okay,
Mayor
so-
Pro Tem, he can just go.
Downtown Business Association, Economic Development, that is Cabral, and Wu is the alternate. Emergency Operational Area Council, that is always the mayor and mayor pro tem. So that remains as is. Orange County Fire Authority, we do need to, again, adopt a resolution once you appoint a member.
I'd like to
One
be
I
the
would
one.
also really like to be on, and I'd be willing to give up my alternate on the CEP in order to be on the OCFA.
The
It should be
OCFA,
noted, they don't allow an an alternate. Just want to make
yeah,
sure.
my thinking on the OCFA is that's an important, important committee, which I think longevity is important. My thinking is we ought to have one of the 2 4-year electeds because of the ability for them to provide continuity for a longer period of time than a 2-year term. So it would, Mr. Wu or Mr. Leffler be interested in that?
I'm interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, I would defer to Mark. I know he's kind of wanted this for a while. I know he's endorsed by the fire department before. I've had conversations with OCFA, and I think Mark would be a good fit. It's a one-year deal, and then maybe, we can switch in a year or something.
Won't we be reviewing this again for?
Don't we do every?
Annually.
Annually.
Yeah. I would say the only thing with that is when I first got on, I met with them, they asked me to defer to Duncan, and I did. And then the next year, they said, will you defer to him again? And so I've always had an interest in this, but I've deferred to other candidates, but so I have an interest too.
I would say not being endorsed by firefighters union is a plus because I'm not beholden to them.
I would say I was not endorsed by the OCFA, but that being said, I
Endorsed by the fire? No, Victor. What?
Was I endorsed by them? I think they gave me some money. I
Okay,
do believe
okay.
they did,
All right,
yeah.
all right.
I would only say that I have built some strong relationships with the OCFA over the last year that I think could be utilized positively with the city. And I think we can get some good work and benefit done for the city together.
Yeah, I can support Victor. I can support you going on that. I think with your history with those organizations like that, I think that's a positive.
All right.
I'll support Mark. Then you got your first tiebreaker here.
So how many people want this position now?
Well, I think.
Mark and me, just the two?
There's 3. I think
3,
Victor,
right,
Mark,
Victor,
and you.
right.
And Mark's gotten 2 votes, and Victor's gotten 2 votes, so I'll just get out of your way right here.
Yeah.
Are we going to vote in the end on other things?
Oh, you want to put it off until the end?
Like a community engagement pattern?
Why don't we just do it? Because things aren't going to change.
Nothing's gonna
I
change.
know.
Yeah, if I smile nicely.
Sure, I will withdraw my request. So now it's up to you guys.
Well, who are you going to support?
You're the final
You're the swing
vote. You're the
vote.
swing vote on
Oh,
this.
okay.
We've already voted and it's 2-2.
So you support
I supported Mark and
Mark?
Victor, Steve supported Victor.
okay.
Rochambeau for it if I need to.
I support Victor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Victor Cabral is the Orange County Fire Authority Board of Directors, and part of the staff recommendation will be, or part of council's recommendation to staff is to adopt the resolution, adding.
Do we have to move that resolution?
We'll do that
separately?
at the end.
Okay.
Historic Preservation Ad Hoc Committee. Currently, it's Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer with Councilmember Leffler as the alternate.
Anybody want to change that?
That's fine.
That's fine, if people stay.
Insurance
Authority, no block and haul. Let's kick the haul off. You still want to do that, or?
Hey, can I ask something real quick here? Apparently, I found out at Cal Cities that I'm on some insurance board or something. Andy, could you tell me what that is with a San Juan City Council member? I just found out that, I thought that was like just kind of a advisory thing, but apparently it's like a real thing.
You haven't been attending meetings?
I got my first one next week and just found out.
So Cal Cities is trying to work with the communities that are fire prone, such as the city of San Clemente, to see if they can't get some legislation passed to make sure that people can keep their fire insurance in the county. That's, I think that's the long and short of what they're trying to accomplish.
Because your picture was up there also, it's on the district, okay, that's how I got on there. Okay, that's all clear, thank you.
Investment Advisory Committee.
So for CJPIA, we did keep Mayor Noblock. Okay, Investment Advisory Committee.
You happy with that?
I will stay on it,
Okay.
yeah. Legislative Delegate Program, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Legislative Delegate Program, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Library Task Force, Loeffler has to stay.
Wait, I'm a junior person now. Don't I move up one?
You could give that up to Zen if he would like to be on it.
Well, Sam, I know you spent a lot of time in a library.
No.
I mean, apparently it doesn't take much, I mean, I don't. All right, I'll stay.
Mayor's Association, we have the mayor, Marine Corps, Liaison. Almost every event that we have, I am the representative, but almost every event that we have, everybody's invited, so.
The liaison, does that one rotate every year traditionally? We've done it a different council member once a year?
I don't know, I mean, they don't really have.
Is that one that we've rotated every year, or is that one that the same person keeps on with it?
It doesn't, we selected each year, doesn't, you can choose to change.
Victor's right, the activities, everybody's invited. I have a son who's a Marine and a son-in-law who's a MARSOC, retired Master Sergeant. So if Victor's tired of being the liaison, I can do that, but I have no problem with Victor staying on.
I'm fine doing it.
Okay.
Because the mayor's still welcome at all events.
You're the mayor's welcome
Yeah,
everywhere.
so are you, everybody.
Yeah.
They're very gracious too.
Yeah.
to us.
MODOC interaction of elected officials.
Do you still want to,
Pardon me?
you want to do that still, or?
MODOC, sure.
And then Duncan was the alternate, so we need to select an alternate.
Anybody like water?
Water?
I do it.
Mr. Wu?
I do it.
Okay.
All right, you're the alternate then.
And then 9 South Orange County Water Agencies,
So
same
we'll
thing,
do
we
the-
have No Block as the primary, and Duncan was the alternate. Would you like that one as well?
Would be the same thing, I guess.
No?
Oh, okay.
Two different waters.
Yeah.
So, the General Assembly meeting, it's one meeting a year. You're the
Yeah, I'm fine.
representative.
Yeah.
I'm the alternate. I don't think, for some reason, they schedule their meeting the same time as, which may be an issue, as the other, I think our meeting, some other meeting, they conflict every year. but that's all right. Yeah. I don't think either of us made it last year because of a conflict. Social services. Do you want to keep that?
Yep, I'll keep that.
Okay.
South Orange County Watershed, no block. And someone else want to take that, or you want to keep?
I can take it if Steve doesn't
Yeah,
want to do it.
that's fine.
Okay.
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 And we want to leave Dave Riebensdorf as the alternate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Dave out there? Yes, there he is. And then vector control, Mayor Noblock's term expires 2026, so that does not need to
It
change.
doesn't change. The wall of,
Recognition.
I think, Rick, you would be perfect for that. You're so well connected in the community.
okay, Rick's the representative.
Thank you very much.
And then we go back to, which one?
CASA. Or, excuse me, Community Engagement Panel, not CASA.
Yeah, I'd like to stay on as the alternative for that.
Which committee we're talking about again?
We're going back.
Community engagement panel
So,
with songs.
All right, was that?
Okay.
yeah, I would like to serve on that. That's an important function.
So,
We have to,
We have to do a vote.
we have to vote on the alternate for the committee engagement panel.
I'll just mention, I've been doing this for the last 2 years. I am engaged in it. I'd like to continue to be engaged with it.
Okay.
and Steve's going for the alternate also.
Yeah.
Against, Steve, you can participate in virtually anything you want to participate in now. Not a flinch over there, huh, Steve?
All right, so we have to vote on it then. I presume each of you are voting for yourselves?
So we have 3 candidates here?
Two candidates,
Y'all support
Steve
Mark?
and Mark.
Steve and Mark. Okay.
You gotta be quick. You gotta be.
Who'd you support?
Between Steve and Mark,
Yeah.
who are you going to support?
I've already voted.
That's not how we
I'm
work.
gonna get out of the way again.
It's your turn.
You did not finish it. You say you.
Well, we're calling on you to vote.
Oh, you're calling me, okay. The first one, every time I'm the first one to be called to vote, that gives you the information advantage.
That's the advantage of the
You're
chair.
figuring this out, huh?
Don't we have
That's
electronic?
what the advantage of the
I
chair.
started off in that chair, by the way.
Between Steve and Mark,
Yeah, it's
For
not
the
a
al- for the
personality.
alternate? This is for the
oh,
alternate.
it's alternate,
the
okay.
alternate.
Okay, Mark, you can have it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Mark.
You're welcome.
Did Councilmember Leffler vote? If you did, I didn't hear. Who did?
I voted for Mark.
Yeah, I vote for Mark.
And I'm contemplating right now. I'm going to vote for Mark. Unanimous.
On an alternative position.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so that is community engagement panel, just to confirm, that's Victor Cabral as the primary and Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer as the alternate. I will send out an updated list to council tomorrow of everything that you just agreed to do there. Do we want to appoint council members now to city commissions and committees as representatives? Okay. So
How many
beaches,
do we have? Do we have a list of those?
On that
Yes.
very last page is,
it should be page 7 of your report.
Page 7, okay.
Okay, so Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commission, that was Councilmember Duncan.
Anybody interested? Let's move on to the next one then.
I mean, I think we all would do it.
Yeah, we all,
Yeah, I'm happy to do that one, yeah, if no one else wants to do it.
Okay, so that'll be
and Meyer.
Enmeyer.
Rick, can you find me?
We
Planning
Page
Commission,
7,
we
at
don't
the
have
very
one.
beginning.
have one, Arts and Culture Committee.
Arts and Culture.
Zen, are you interested in the Arts and Culture Committee?
I apologize, I have not found the table.
It's the
very
very
last
back,
Page
very
7, it's
last page.
attachment 3.
Yeah, it's in the back, it will be way in the back.
It's the last page,
Last
the last page. Then we're going to have to,
You're now arts and culture.
you're in charge of arts and
catch up.
culture. No, I'm kidding you, I'm kidding you.
So we're on,
You're in arts and culture.
me?
You're the perfect guy.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Coastal advisory in,
You need to be on that. I'd like to see Victor on the coastal advisory. It's got, carry on with the sand expertise that he has, I think is good. I mean, maybe you don't want it. I was just thinking.
well, I mean, I'll hear what people have to say. I mean.
And I'd like to stay on it because I'm also working with the Cal Cities and the California Coastal Commission. I think there's something there.
Steve?
I want,
I'd like to stay on it.
I want to be on it too.
But we only need
Only need 6.
I'm a certified planner. I know a lot of things about the planning issues and the, I'm sorry.
the coastal advisory.
Coastal advisory.
Planning doesn't have an advisor.
I served on coastal advisory committee.
Oh, coastal, we're back to the coastal advisory, okay.
Well, we have Enmeyer and Knobloch that want to remain. So let's, did you say you want to be on it, on coastal advisory too?
I defer to them.
All right, we'll defer. Investment Advisory Committee.
You're staying on that. We already covered that.
Yeah, we covered that. Golf Course Committee, I'll stay on. I think I'm the only one that golfs.
I hope so.
And I should say, I'm going to start golfing again. I have not golfed in a year. So I'm going to free up time and
Okay.
go.
Malat will take your money. He has no problem with that.
I did golf with him once, I think. All right, Human Affairs, you want to,
Yes, I'd like to stay on that one.
okay.
If we did that as like a dual thing, do you want to still do that?
I'm fine with that, yep.
Sounds good to me.
Public Safety,
I'll stay with it.
okay, without objection.
Who's on Beach and Park and Recreation?
Enmeyer?
I'm doing that one.
We're moving too fast for you, Mr. Wu.
I will catch up next meeting.
I have a question on the golf while we're talking golf. I heard that the lifetime golf privileges that the city granted to council members years ago had been revoked. Is that true, or is it still open? I didn't realize it had ever been revoked.
It's my understanding that that has been revoked, but I will double check and get back to the council.
You want to move to restore it?
Yeah, well, I just didn't realize it had gone away. I have my lifetime card. I don't golf much, hardly ever, but
I think your
You can keep
grandfather
yours.
was it grandfather privilege? I don't know.
I'm saying it is.
You're saying it. Just
Rick
curious.
says, so let it be.
Just curious.
No, I think it
I'll check
has
on that and
has
get
been
back to you.
revoked, but we do have a lot of people that are former city council members and former mayors.
That's why you can't get on the golf course, is all the former
They're-
city council members.
that are playing. That was a good benefit. Still is. Maybe we can bring that back. All right.
Okay, and so final course of action here is to adopt a resolution number 24-206, appointing Victor Cabral to the Orange County Fire Authority.
Do you need a motion, or is that done?
We do need a
Need a
motion, yes.
motion.
I'll move. Second. I'll second Mr. Wu's motion.
Okay, and would you like to vote? I can throw the motion up here so that you can vote electronically. Go ahead and start your voting.
Again, mine isn't showing up, but I will say yes.
Okay, I will mark yes for you.
You've frozen out.
And that carries 5-0.
I broke it.
All right.
Okay. City Attorney report.
City Attorney report.
Thank you. As it is the last meeting of the year, I'd just like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I have nothing to report.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to you. City Manager.
Okay. I have a long list. It's end of the year, so there are several contracts. I just need to run through those. We have Galvin Preservation Associates for Historic Preservation Consulting, $60,000. Sandcon Technologies Incorporated, For sewer manhole repairs, $28,100. PA and Associates Incorporated providing storm drain gravity mains in the amount of $23,950. Nino and Moore for providing for the Prima de Secha Cañada channel wall. That's a mouthful. Stabilization at Granda Vista, $42,376. BKF Engineers for the Cascadita, man, that's a hard word for me to say too, Canyon FEMA Lomar project, $16,000. LGC Geotechnical Incorporated, First Amendment to the Colombo Slope Inclinometer Geotechnical Investigation, $47,750. Tate and Associates, Calle Pueblo Sidewalk Improvements, $48,060. Diamond Construction and Design, Old City Hall Slope and Parking Lot Winterization, $55,610. Diamond Construction and Design, 36-inch HDPE Storm Drain Outlet Extension north of the pier for $44,196. Terrain Integration, Landscape Architectural Services for the Riviera Beach Access, $22,400. An MOU for the Friendship Center, $54,000. Kelso and Associates Incorporated, Prima de Secha Channel Wall Stabilization at Granda Vista Surveying, $20,400. And it's more of a pleasure to work here than it is to be the city attorney.
Question, yes, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah.
You mentioned, the first one, you mentioned historical something, the group for 60,000, Diamond Construction for 55, Friendship for 64.
Yes.
We have a $50,000 limit on your authority to?
It's 60.
It's 60? I thought it was 50. Was that boosted?
Changed about a year ago, I think.
Inflation.
It's actually just consistent
Okay,
with the
I
contract.
thought it was 50. It's 60?
It is 60.
Okay, Friendship House was 64,000?
What's that?
You mentioned the last one was?
54.
54. 54, I thought you said 64, okay.
Yeah, and that's the availability of beds in the shelter in Laguna Beach, so that we can take people to Laguna Beach.
Thank you.
Which is a real good benefit. Glad we're doing that.
Okay, with no further questions, we have an adjournment. Looks like we've got a motion to adjourn by Victor Cabral.
I will move to adjourn to next year, right? Next meeting to be held on January 14th, 2025. This year went by so fast. Closed session will begin at 4:30, and regular business meeting will begin at 5:30 p.m. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Calle Negocio, second floor, San Clemente. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Without objection, we're adjourned.
Happy New Year, everyone.